If every flicker of starlight is a time-worn message from the deep past, what lost moment in the universe's history is illuminating your eyes tonight? Out in the cosmic ocean, distance is woven together with time. Even a beam of light, which can circle the entire Earth in the blink of an eye, must labour for years to travel between the stars. To reach us from the nearest neighbouring star, light spends over 4 years speeding through emptiness. To come from the distant stars of our galaxy, it can take centuries or millennia. And to cross the yawning gulf between galaxies, a ray of light might journey for millions upon millions of years. No matter how swift it moves, the immense scales of space turn distance into time. Thus, the universe reveals itself to us on a delay. The farther out we gaze, the further back in history we peer. Imagine a star whose light has travelled for 100 years across space to reach your eyes tonight. That star's glow set out before anyone alive today was born, a silent messenger from a bygone time. Other stars shine from 1,000 years in the past, their light starting its journey when castles and ancient empires still stood under these same skies. And there are lights that left millions of years ago, when early creatures roamed a much different Earth. By the time such ancient starlight reaches us, it has crossed a universe in flux, a cosmos that has expanded and evolved even as that single beam quietly made its way here. Think of it this way. The same star that twinkles above tonight may have also graced the skies of long ago. Perhaps thousands of years in the past, someone stood where you stand now, marveling at that very star. The light touching your eyes could be the very light that also met the gaze of an ancient wanderer or a curious child from a bygone age. Across generations, across the rise and fall of cultures, that starlight has been a constant, silently linking those who look up in wonder. In this way, the stars bind the human story together, their ageless glow a bridge across time. It is humbling to realize that some of the stars sparkling above might no longer exist as they were when their light set out. A star could have lived out its life and faded or exploded in a distant corner of the galaxy. And yet, because the news of its fate travels at the finite speed of light, we on Earth continue to see its gentle glow, perhaps centuries or millennia after the star's life has ended. In this way, the night sky holds ghosts of the past, celestial phantoms whose glow endures long after the source has changed or gone silent. Every ray of starlight is a story, traversing the black sea of space for eons before caressing our world. Some rays began their voyage when humans first sparked fire. Others set out when the first flowers bloomed, or when dinosaurs still wandered beneath alien constellations. And some of the faintest glimmers started their journey before Earth existed at all, back when the universe itself was in its youth. Imagine, the light from one such distant galaxy started on its way when our sun had not yet been born, when our solar system was just a future possibility swirling in cosmic gas and dust. Yet that ancient beam set out, travelling across an expanding universe, and only now has it arrived for us to witness. To look up is to peer into deep time, to see the cosmos, not as it is in this moment, but as it once was, long, long ago. High above, the Milky Way arches across the sky, a pale, glowing river of stars. Many of its stars are relatively nearby by cosmic standards, their light only taking tens or hundreds of years to arrive. Yet even in our own galaxy's band of light, we can find ancient echoes. At the galaxy's center, a dense congregation of stars shines with light that may have set out tens of thousands of years before reaching our eyes at last. This soft, milky glow is a living tapestry of time, countless starry voices, each singing from a different page in the history of the universe. Beyond our galaxy, faint smudges of light reveal themselves if the night is clear and dark enough. The Andromeda galaxy, a soft blur to the naked eye, is one such distant beacon. Its light has travelled over 2 million years to reach Earth. That means, when those photons left Andromeda, early humans were not yet walking upright on our planet. The world was wild and unrecognizable. Now, after eons crossing intergalactic space, that ancient light arrives, completing a journey begun well before human memory, just to fall gently upon a curious pair of eyes, looking up tonight. Deeper still, telescopes reveal galaxies so distant that their glow set out billions of years ago. Through those telescopes, we see them as faint patches or specks of light, each one a collection of billions of stars in its own right. In those distant galaxies, we are witnessing a younger universe. We see them not as they are now, but as they were when the light first embarked on its interstellar crossing. It's like opening a time capsule. Their light paints a picture of a time when those galaxies were perhaps smaller, their stars newly forming, and cosmic structures still in their youth. Consider that the universe has been expanding all this time. While a ray of light sails through space, space itself stretches and carries the galaxies farther apart. So by the time ancient light arrives here, the source might have drifted much farther away. This means some galaxies we observe in the deep, deep night sky might now be well beyond our view, retreating over the horizon of the observable universe, lost to us, except for the light they emitted billions of years in the past. We are catching their distant glow in the brief window when it can still reach us, a fleeting glimpse of cosmic history before it slips away. Under this canopy of stars, as you breathe in the cool night air, you are in the presence of ancient travellers. The darkness between the stars might seem empty, but it is filled with these silent journeys of light. Every tiny gleam in the sky is the culmination of a long voyage, a message delivered across the ages. Listening to that quiet starlight, you might sense the profound patience of the cosmos. It reminds us that time here on Earth is just a blink compared to the slow, majestic unfolding of the universe. Picture one of these ancient travellers, a single particle of light born in a distant sun. In a star's searing heart, that tiny photon is created and flung out into the vastness. It slips away from its stellar home and enters the silent gulf between the stars, racing onward at the cosmic speed limit. For thousands, maybe millions of years, it travels, crossing immense voids, passing unseen through interstellar clouds. It never tires, never slows, carrying with it the story of where it came from. And then, after an epic journey, on a quiet night, on a little blue world, that photon completes its mission. It brushes against an upturned eye or a telescope's mirror, sharing its ancient tale at last. In that moment, the journey that began so long ago finds its ending, and the once lonely traveller is home. These cosmic messengers connect us to epochs we can scarcely imagine. It's as if the universe has been writing its story in light, sending out chapters across space for anyone with eyes and curiosity to read. When you stargaze, you are reading one of those chapters, deciphering the faint lights to learn what the universe was like long ago. And though the stars themselves cannot speak, their radiance tells a tale of how they were born, how they lived, and sometimes how they died, eons before that tale ever reaches us. We are the fortunate audience, sitting in the darkened theatre of the night, witnessing stories that began long before our own. The night deepens, and with it comes a sense of the immense timeline stretched out above us. Allow your mind to drift on these currents of starlight. Feel the weight of years that each delicate ray carries, a burden of memory cast into the void. We often measure our lives in years or decades, but overhead are lights that measure time in millennia and millions of years. Their slow, ceaseless shining is a gentle reminder of endurance and continuity, a comfort in knowing that something of the past is still present with us in each shining point. Far in the distance, at the edge of perception, are the oldest signals of all. They are not bright to the eyes. They are subtle, diffuse, a background glow suffusing the sky in all directions. This is the faint afterglow from nearly the beginning of time itself. Before there were stars to shine, the entire young universe was filled with a warm light, an afterglow of creation that has been travelling through space for almost 14 billion years. Tonight, that ancient radiance still surrounds us, quieter than a whisper, a dim presence all around that speaks of the cosmos's fiery birth. We stand here, small beneath the infinite dome of night, catching these remnants of light and time. In this moment, you and the ancient universe are connected, the past reaching into the present. Let the significance of that connection sink in gently. Those distant stars shining above might have formed long before our planet took shape, yet here their light intermingles with our reality. It is a comforting thought. Even as time flows onward and stars live and die, their light endures to touch others far away. In that continuity, there is a kind of immortality. Bathed in the soft glow of ancient starlight, you feel the span of ages overhead, not as something intimidating, but as something reassuringly steady. The heavens change, but slowly, gracefully, on a scale beyond human worries. Generations come and go, yet the stars continue to send their gentle light. The constellations shift over long ages, and new stars will one day adorn the sky. But for tonight, these distant suns keep watch, as they did for our ancestors, and as they likely will for generations yet to be. The past, present, and future all seem to converge in this eternal now when you gaze into the starry abyss. Our journey through the cosmos has now carried us on a river of light, drifting back through time. From the nearby glow of familiar stars, we have floated outward, catching older and older beams of light. Each step outward was a step further into history, beyond the Milky Way, beyond the neighbouring galaxies, deeper and deeper into the young universe. We followed these luminous threads through time, and now they have led us to the brink of the cosmic dawn. In the distance ahead, the darkness grows profound, for we are nearing a time before stars ever existed, an era of night that awaited the first dawn of starlight. There was a time, long ago, when the universe knew no starlight. In that primordial epoch, the cosmos was young and dark. The intense blaze of the universe's birth had faded into a dim, pervasive afterglow, leaving no bright sources of new light. For eons, darkness reigned almost unchallenged, with only a faint warmth from the Big Bang's afterglow humming in the background. Imagine drifting through that silent, starless night, blackness stretching in all directions, a vast expanse waiting in repose. No stars, no galaxies, only tenuous clouds of gas and a hush across space, all of it patiently awaiting the first sunrise. This was the cosmic night before the dawn, an era when the stage was set for the first stars to emerge. Slowly, silently, gravity worked its will on the primordial gas. Great clouds of hydrogen and helium, the simplest elements born of the Big Bang, began to draw together in the dark. Over millions of years, these clouds swirled and clumped, growing denser at their hearts. The darkness was not idle. It was pregnant with possibility. In the cold, lightless void, the seeds of new light were taking shape. Bit by bit, atom by atom, the universe prepared to awaken from its slumber. Then, at last, it happened. A spark in the darkness. Deep within a collapsing cloud of gas, pressure and heat built relentlessly until a new phenomenon burst forth. A newborn star ignited, its core blazing with nuclear fire. For the first time since the universe's beginning, starlight flooded into the darkness. It was gentle at first, just one solitary star shining where before there was none. But that single point of light was soon joined by others, as more stars kindled across the cosmos, like the first scattered campfires, flickering to life on a moonless night. At the beginning, each newborn star was isolated by unimaginable distances. One tiny beacon might shine alone in a vast region of space before another ignited far away. Yet little by little, these solitary lights increased in number, and the darkness was not so absolute as before. This was the cosmic dawn, the moment when the endless night began to break. If somehow an observer could have been present then, the sight would have been awe-inspiring. For hundreds of millions of years, there had been only night. At first, the vast darkness held sway, starless and still. Then, gradually, tiny pinpricks of light appeared in the void, one after another. The first stars, blue, white and brilliant, poured their newfound radiance into the emptiness. Each new star was like a lone lantern kindling in an interminable night. The once empty cosmos now held sparks of light scattered across its expanse. The universe's first dawn had arrived, not as one sudden blaze, but as a gentle sprinkling of starlight that slowly lit up the darkness. These first stars were giants in their youth, colossal, hot, and short-lived. Born in a universe that held only light elements, they contained nothing but hydrogen and helium. They burned through their fuel quickly, shining intensely blue and white, massive and unstable. In a few million years, a blink of an eye by cosmic standards, each of these primordial stars lived out its brilliant life. For these colossal pioneers, death came in spectacular fashion. When one of the first-generation stars could burn no more, it perished in a titanic supernova. In that moment, the star blasted its outer layers into the surrounding darkness, briefly outshining everything around it. For a short time, that explosion would have been the brightest beacon in the young cosmos, a flash so intense it pierced the silent night that had preceded it. Then, as the supernova's light slowly faded, the darkness returned. But it was not the same darkness as before. When those first stars finally expended their lives, they left the cosmos forever changed. In their cores, they had created elements heavier than helium, carbon, oxygen, and others that would one day be building blocks of planets and life. In their final moments, they scattered these new elements into the cosmic sea. Each stellar death was like a cosmic flower bursting into seed, spreading the materials that would nourish the formation of new stars and eventually of worlds. The universe was no longer a simple place of only hydrogen and helium. It had been enriched by the ashes of these first suns. The death of the first stars only made the cosmos brighter in the long run. In the wake of those supernovae, new stars began to form from the enriched clouds. Groups of stars bound together by gravity became the first primitive galaxies. What began as a few isolated lights grew into a grand tapestry of countless stars clustered in galaxies, shining together. The cosmic dawn gave way to a cosmic morning as more and more stars ignited and the darkness receded further. The once quiet universe was now bustling with light and energy in every corner that stars had taken root. During this great transition, the very character of the universe changed. The intense light from those first stars and nascent galaxies poured into the cosmic gloom, transforming it. The sea of hydrogen gas that filled space had been like a fine mist, dimming any light. Now, the flood of stellar radiation began to clear that fog, energizing the atoms and making space transparent. It was akin to a morning sun burning away a lingering fog at dawn. What once was an opaque curtain between regions of the cosmos gradually dissolved into clarity. The universe opened up, allowing starlight to travel freely across immense distances. The long night truly ended as the cosmos filled with light and became clear-eyed and awake. From our vantage point now, nearly 13.5 billion years later, we can just barely sense this era. The faintest, most distant glimmers our telescopes can detect are echoes of those early times. Those first galaxies we glimpse were mere infants, tiny, irregular clusters of stars compared to the grand galaxies we know today. When we look at the farthest galaxies visible, we see them as they were not long after this cosmic dawn. They appear small, faint, and ruddy, their light stretched to infrared wavelengths by the expanding universe. Yet within that faint light is a story. It tells us that by then, stars and galaxies had already begun to fill the cosmos. We are peering into the dawn of creation, catching the first light of morning after the universe's long night. It is astonishing to reflect that every starry night we experience now has its roots in that primordial sunrise of the cosmos. The glittering stars overhead descend from those first luminous pioneers. The elements that shine in our sun and make up our world were forged in countless stars that came before, including perhaps some of those first stars. Every atom of calcium in our bones, of iron in our blood, was fashioned in the furnace of a star at some point in the deep past. In a way, we carry a piece of that cosmic dawn within us, the legacy of the first starlight that illuminated the universe. Think of how far the universe has come since that first sunrise of starlight. From a scattering of brilliant blue giants in a vast darkness to the rich cosmos of today with its galaxies, nebulae, and myriad stars of all colours. Over countless ages, those early clusters of stars drew together and merged, building ever larger assemblies. In time, majestic spiral galaxies and giant elliptical galaxies emerged, growing from the seeds planted at cosmic dawn. The journey from simplicity to complexity began with those initial sparks in the dark. But even now, traces of that beginning linger. The oldest stars still shine in the remote corners of galaxies, and a few among them may be nearly as old as the cosmos itself. Some of these ancient suns contain barely a trace of heavy elements, a clue that they formed soon after the cosmic dawn, when such elements were scarce. They are living relics, cosmic elders, whose faint glow carries whispers of that first epoch of stars. To look at them is to peer into the universe's earliest memories, still shining quietly after almost an eternity. And beyond these individual stars, the diffuse glow of starlight from billions of galaxies combines into a faint haze of light that bathes all of space. In every direction, the universe is softly aglow with the cumulative radiance of countless stars. Even in what seems like the darkest void, there is a gentle background presence, the afterglow of starlight from all of cosmic history, ever present and reassuring. As we float here in our imaginations, witnessing the birth of the first stars, we feel a quiet awe. The cosmos took its first breath of starlight and has never been the same since. Those early stars likely never knew worlds with observers to admire them, yet without them, we would not be here. They lit the path forward, turning barren darkness into a living cosmos. In the mind's eye, one can almost see it. Countless points of light, blooming one by one, like blossoms opening at dawn across an endless field. This was the moment the universe began to shine in earnest, a prelude to everything that would follow. Our journey through time has brought us to witness this cosmic dawn. We stand as silent spectators to the birth of light in the universe. The darkness of the early cosmos is giving way, and the first stars have painted the heavens with a gentle glow. Allow yourself to feel the quiet awe of this moment, the calm wonder of seeing darkness yield to light. This glow is the one that would grow and spread, generation after generation of stars, ultimately leading to the rich, starry sky we know. Now, as the dawn brightens in our tale, we sense that we are ready to press onward. Ahead lies the vast expanse of the fully illuminated universe, and at its far edges, the limits of what even starlight can reach. Leaving behind the first sunrise of stars, we journey onward toward the very edge of the cosmos, where the known gives way to the unknown. We now venture to the farthest limits of our sight, journeying through the fully formed cosmos toward a boundary not marked by any signpost, but by the reach of light itself. As we glide past countless galaxies and into the deep black reaches between, we approach what can be thought of as the edge of the observable universe. Here, distances become almost meaningless in their enormity, and time itself stretches nearly to the beginning of everything. In this silent frontier, we encounter the faintest, most ancient light of all, coming from every direction like a gentle, all-encompassing glow. Eventually, there are no more new galaxies coming into view, only a dim backdrop of light that seems to exist everywhere we look. This is the cosmic horizon of our universe's sight, the limit of how far any light has traveled to reach us. What greets us is not a single distant star or galaxy, but a soft wall of radiance. It is the afterglow of creation itself, the relic light from nearly the dawn of time. About 13.8 billion years ago, when the universe was only some 300,000 to 400,000 years old, it was filled with a brilliant radiance like the inside of a star. As the cosmos expanded and cooled, it turned transparent, allowing that light to fly free into space. Since then, those ancient photons have been traveling for almost 14 billion years. Over that immense journey, the once blazing glow has dimmed and stretched into a cold, faint whisper of energy. But it still lingers, coming to us from the edge of all we can see. Astronomers sometimes call this faint glow the cosmic microwave background, a diffuse, gentle light that falls from every corner of the sky. It is invisible to ordinary human sight, but if our eyes were tuned to microwave energy, the entire sky would appear bathed in this soft, ancient light. It marks the furthest point back in time that we can observe using light. Beyond it, the universe was once so dense and hot that photons could not roam freely. We are essentially gazing at a glowing veil, beyond which the infant universe hides from view. Beyond that veil lies the universe's very birth, the Big Bang itself. We cannot witness that moment directly. We know it only by the glow it left behind. No matter how powerful our telescopes become, we cannot see earlier than this primordial curtain. It's as though we're watching the earliest sunrise of the cosmos from behind a translucent gauze, aware that something momentous lies just beyond, but unable to see it face to face. Standing here at this cosmic shoreline, we are humbled by the realization that we have reached the limits of what can be observed. In every direction around us, out to roughly 46 billion light-years away, lies this horizon where the observable universe ends. We find ourselves at the center of a tremendous sphere of space, defined by time and light. Imagine being adrift in a vast ocean and seeing the horizon where water meets sky. Beyond that line, you trust the ocean continues, though you cannot see it. Our cosmic horizon is much the same. It isn't a solid wall we could ever touch. If we raced toward it for billions of years, it would always stay just out of reach, forever retreating. The horizon simply marks the farthest distance that light has had time to travel to us, a limit imposed by the universe's age and the speed of light. No matter where one might stand in the universe, it would seem they were at the center of their own horizon, just as we are at the center of ours. Each perspective has its limits, but nowhere is there a definitive edge to all existence. What lies beyond this horizon? The truth is, we believe the universe extends far, far beyond the patch we can see, possibly without end. There's no sign that the cosmos suddenly ends at the limits of our vision. If we could magically teleport beyond our observable bubble, we would likely find more stars and galaxies, more endless expanse, much like what we see within our region. Perhaps the patterns we know repeat over and over across an infinite tapestry. Or maybe in those unobservable realms, there are wonders of a kind we have yet to dream of. Either way, the universe beyond our horizon is probably vastly larger than what we can perceive, an enormous mystery stretching out into the darkness. Take a moment to absorb what this means. Everything we have ever observed, all the galaxies and stars and nebulae, resides within this one immense sphere of sight. Think of it as if our observable universe, with its hundreds of billions of stars, were just one grain of sand on an endless cosmic beach. All the other grains, stretches of the universe beyond our sight, remain out of reach. Scientists estimate that even within our one grain of universe, there are trillions of galaxies and uncountable stars. And yet, beyond it, there could be endlessly more. Even that single grain, our cosmic patch, contains marvels enough to inspire countless lifetimes of discovery. Outside it, there may be countless more galaxies that will forever remain unknown to us, simply because their light has not yet, and may never, reach us. Space itself is expanding, and in that expansion, some distant realms are being carried away faster than their light can trek toward us. They slip beyond our reach like ships sailing over a far horizon. It is a profound thought that much of the universe is effectively hidden from our view, not by darkness or obstruction, but by the sheer immensity of space and the finite speed of light. Yet, rather than feeling loss at what we cannot see, we can feel wonder. The unseen expanse beyond our horizon fires the imagination. Knowing that there are mysteries forever out of reach gives the cosmos a gentle, enduring enigma. Since ancient times, horizons have stirred our desire to explore. Standing on a shore, gazing at the open sea, humans have always wondered what lies beyond the edge of sight. The cosmic horizon is the ultimate extension of that longing. We cannot voyage across it with any ship or spacecraft, but in our minds, it invites us to dream of worlds unseen. The universe holds secrets we will never uncover, and there is a peaceful beauty in that. Under the dome of our sky, we can sense those unseen stars and galaxies out there, existing quietly beyond our sight. They add depth to the night, an almost spiritual reassurance that the grand cosmic story continues far past the chapters we can read. Looking up on a clear night, you wouldn't know there is such a limit to our view. The stars and galaxies we can see are enough to fill the sky with wonder, and it feels natural to imagine they go on forever. In a sense, the cosmos we witness is a representative sample of a perhaps boundless whole. Even if our eyes cannot capture the entirety, our minds can roam into that limitless unknown beyond. As we contemplate the possibility of an infinite extension of reality, we drift deeper into the realm of the unknown with a sense of calm curiosity. We come to realize that not knowing everything is perfectly all right. It leaves room for wonder and imagination to flourish. Here, at the very edge of the observable universe, we pause. We have travelled as far as any beam of light has travelled to reach us. It's a threshold between the known and the unknowable. Let the enormity of this moment wash over you gently. In this cosmic perspective, even our own concerns and uncertainties feel lighter, as we recognize that we belong to something vast and enduring. Our cosmic journey has revealed the grandeur of everything we can see, and now it hints at an even greater grandeur in what lies beyond sight. We prepare to venture further, not in reality, but in thought, stepping past the boundaries of observation into the vast, uncharted expanse. In doing so, we open our minds to possibilities even more astonishing, perhaps realms beyond our own universe, or truths yet unimagined. As we do, we carry with us the quiet comfort that the universe, seen and unseen, is one continuous tapestry, and we are a part of it, even if we cannot behold it all. Infinity. It's a concept that stretches our minds to their limits. Imagine, if you can, a universe that truly has no end. If you were to travel in a straight line through space, on and on without end, you would never hit a wall, an edge, or any boundary where everything stops. Galaxies would continue to appear on the horizon, no matter how far you went. Stars would keep shining ahead of you, always more and more, in an endless succession. Even after 1 trillion years of journeying, new vistas would keep unfolding before you. The road goes ever on, and the cosmic landscape never runs out. Such is the idea of an infinite universe, a reality so vast that it defies any attempt to fully grasp it. Contemplating this infinite expanse can be both bewildering and comforting. On one hand, our minds struggle to picture forever, a space with no edge, no final border. On the other hand, there's a gentle reassurance in the thought that existence carries on beyond any horizon we can see. It means that there will always be more to discover, more to marvel at. Problems that once felt large begin to shrink under such a sky, replaced by a gentle sense of how much more there is beyond them. The cosmos could unfold new wonders without limit, an eternal tapestry that we and our world are part of. When you gaze into a clear night sky and sense its boundlessness, you are touching that notion of the infinite. It whispers that whatever the scale of our worries or dreams, they are taking place within a universe grander than we can measure. And that in itself can bring a calm sense of perspective. The unknown has always been a companion to human curiosity. There was a time when the edges of old maps were marked with dragons and sea serpents, symbols of lands unseen. As our ancestors ventured beyond those edges, the dragons retreated, but new mysteries took their place. Today, the Earth is mapped and charted, but the cosmos provides an endless frontier that will never be fully mapped. There will always be galaxies just beyond the reach of our strongest telescopes, always phenomena we cannot yet fathom. And this is a beautiful thing. For every horizon reached, a new horizon appears in the distance. It means the spirit of exploration lives on, not only in seeking new places, but in seeking new knowledge. Every question we answer raises new questions, and the cosmic unknown beckons us onward, inspiring us to keep wondering. Even within the realm we can observe, much remains mysterious. Look at the night sky. For all the stars we see, there is far more that we can't see. Astronomers tell us that most of the universe is made of invisible ingredients, dark matter and dark energy, names we give to something we feel but don't yet understand. Like a hidden scaffold, this dark matter holds galaxies together, and an enigmatic dark energy gently pushes the universe to expand faster. These unseen presences gently shape the galaxies and accelerate the expansion of the universe, yet they remain essentially unknown. And still, another profound mystery beckons us, the possibility of life beyond our own planet. We look into the galaxy and wonder if we are alone, or if others also gaze at the stars from distant worlds. The answer remains hidden among the stars. Another verse in the cosmic poem yet to be revealed. We live in a universe that, even in our own cosmic neighborhood, holds secrets it has not yet revealed. There is humility in acknowledging that, despite all our progress, we still understand only a small portion of the cosmic story. But instead of discouraging us, this realization can fill us with a profound sense of awe. The universe is not something to be solved and put aside. It is a living ocean of mysteries, each wave presenting a new wonder to explore. Some mysteries are so profound that they almost feel like poetry or art, things to appreciate rather than solve. Consider the idea that our universe might not be the only one. Some have imagined a boundless expanse beyond our own cosmos, a kind of meta-universe containing countless universes like ours. Picture a limitless ocean with countless luminous bubbles floating in it. Our universe would be just one glimmering bubble among the multitude. In this vision, our entire universe is just one bubble drifting in an infinite cosmic ocean alongside innumerable others. Each universe might have different stars, perhaps different laws of physics, maybe even dimensions or realities beyond anything we know. We have no evidence yet that this grand multiverse exists, but simply contemplating it expands our perspective. Will we ever know if these other universes are real? Perhaps not, and that is perfectly all right. It reminds us that existence might be far more vast and varied than our minds alone could conjure. And just as we accept we cannot see beyond our cosmic horizon, we embrace that there could be realities forever beyond our reach, existing quietly in the great unknown. How does one find peace in the face of such boundless mystery? By embracing it rather than fearing it. Think of the unknown not as a void that needs filling, but as a vast canvas on which our imagination can roam free. Think of how a suspenseful story or a beautiful piece of music moves us, because we don't know how it will unfold until it does. The very fact that not everything is known means that the universe always has treasures in store for us. Surprises, inspirations, revelations. Each generation discovers a little more, yet the mystery never ends. There is comfort in that continuity. The night sky you relax under tonight is the same sky that puzzled and soothed our ancestors, and it will be the same sky that enchants those who come long after us, still full of questions and wonders. In a way, the darkness of space itself is a gentle reminder of what we have yet to learn. The dark gaps between stars are not empty at all. They are filled with possibilities. When you look at the black of the night and feel its depth, you can sense the presence of everything that is unseen. Perhaps in one dark patch of sky, there are stars forming out of sight, or a whole cluster of galaxies so distant their light hasn't arrived yet. Maybe it's new worlds circling distant suns, or entire galaxies veiled by distance, or forces and phenomena we haven't even imagined yet. The darkness is not merely an absence. It's a promise that there's more, waiting silently. Realizing this, we can close our eyes and feel at ease amid the unknown, as if cradled by the vastness rather than lost in it. Every great discovery humanity has made began with the courage to venture into the unknown. And so it is, on the personal level as well. Every life is an exploration of uncharted territory. Every day, a small step into a future that isn't guaranteed. After all, the unknown future is where hope lives and where new opportunities dwell. We navigate uncertainties in our lives, just as explorers navigate uncharted seas. The cosmos, in its boundless mystery, reflects this truth back to us on a grand scale. It teaches us that not knowing everything is okay. It is, in fact, a fundamental part of existence. We can find serenity in that acceptance, floating in the cosmic ocean, not with anxiety, but with trust. Trust that the waves will carry us forward and reveal their wonders in due time. As we imagine ourselves drifting in this infinite expanse, we realize that our role is not to conquer or control it, but simply to experience it and be a part of it. We are observers and participants in a cosmos that is far larger than our comprehension. And that's all right. We can feel small, yet significant, tiny, but not trivial, because we are threads in this immense tapestry of existence. Our atoms were born in stardust. Our thoughts are shaped by the universe we inhabit, and our curiosity is the universe reflecting on itself. In that sense, even the unknown parts of the cosmos are not truly separate from us. They are the unseen portions of a story we belong to. When we embrace the unknown, we are really embracing a greater part of our own home. Here and now, under the stars, or in the cozy dark where you listen, you can let go of the need for all the answers. Feel how liberating it is to simply be, without solving, without knowing everything. The universe holds you in a vast embrace, an embrace that says it's all right not to have it all figured out. There will always be mysteries, and there will always be beauty in those mysteries. In the gentle darkness, you can sense that the unknown is not empty. It's full of promise and wonder. By welcoming it, you allow your mind to rest, comfortable in the grandeur that surrounds us. This is what it means to truly embrace the infinite expanse, to find peace in not knowing, and joy in simply witnessing the cosmic dance. Our journey through speculation and boundlessness now brings us back gently from the edge of imagination. We have floated among ideas of endless space and multiple universes, basked in the knowledge that mystery itself is endless. This understanding washes over us like a calm wave, soothing and expansive. We have allowed our minds to wander freely across an infinite canvas, and in doing so, found that the very act of wandering is deeply relaxing. Now we slowly, gently begin our journey home. From the limitless reaches of the cosmos, our imagination carries us back across the vast distances. We drift inward, leaving behind the silent shores of the cosmic horizon and gliding through the expanse of galaxies. One by one, the familiar structures of the universe come back into view. Great clusters of galaxies turn into solitary galaxies, galaxies into constellations of stars, until finally we recognize the delicate band of the Milky Way, our galactic home, stretched across the night sky once more. We're returning from our voyage through space and time, drawn back to the place we began. As we approach our Milky Way, we slip into its outskirts, passing bright stars and glowing stellar nurseries that welcome us like distant lanterns. We glide by a vast cloud of gas and dust where new stars are being born. Its faint rosy glow, a beacon of creation on our way inward. Our journey takes us toward the Orion Arm, one of the spiral tendrils of starlight in our galaxy. Here, the stars grow denser and more familiar. We recognize the gentle glow of our own stellar neighborhood. And there, coming into sight like a beacon, is our sun, a warm, golden star amid countless others. Its light, which has guided life for ages, now guides us homeward through the stellar sea. Envision, for a moment, the view from above. A small blue planet orbiting that comforting sun. Our Earth. From afar, it appears as a tender blue spark, a luminous marble swathed in whites and blues against the dark of space. You might even see a gentle green shimmer near the poles, an aurora dancing in the atmosphere, or the soft flicker of distant lightning as thunderstorms illuminate the clouds. It is humble in size, just one world among billions, and yet it is immensely special to us. All the stories of humanity, all of history, every laugh, every sigh, every life has unfolded on that tiny globe, suspended in the void. Seeing it from this lofty perspective fills the heart with a profound sense of tenderness. How fragile and precious our world seems, a delicate oasis embraced by the silent darkness, glowing with the light of a billion souls beneath its atmosphere. Gently, we descend closer to our Earth. We slip through the halo of satellites and the pale veil of the upper atmosphere. Below, the continents and oceans take shape in the dim night. The world is mostly in shadow now, with patches of twinkling city lights hinting at human presence. A soft glow along the horizon marks where it is still twilight or pre-dawn. We glide down further, towards the nighttime side of the Earth, towards the quiet places where the stars shine unhindered by bright city lights. We are coming back to the ground, back to familiar soil, under the same sky we've explored from afar. Now we find ourselves once again standing under the open sky of Earth, right where we started. The air is cool and still. The subtle scent of night-dampened earth or grass mingles with the air, and perhaps in the distance a night bird calls, or a cricket sings its gentle lullaby. Maybe a gentle breeze rustles through the trees or across the grass. Above, the vault of heaven is glittering with stars, the very same stars we travelled among in our minds. Perhaps a silver crescent moon hangs low, or maybe tonight the moon has set early, leaving the stage entirely to the stars. They seem a bit friendlier now, as if greeting us home. Take a deep breath and feel the solid earth beneath you. You are here, at home, under the cosmic canopy that shelters us all. The vast universe is still out there, but now it feels closer somehow, because you carry part of it within you, in your newfound understanding. Look up at the night sky now, and notice how each star twinkles with a familiar light. They have not changed, but perhaps you have, just a little. After roaming through galaxies and pondering the depths of time, you return with a fresh perspective. Those points of light are no longer just distant unknowns. They are old friends. You have danced in their light, followed their journeys, and heard their ancient stories. Now, as they glow above you, they seem to say, "Welcome back." Feel the subtle connection you have with them. In their steady shining, they recognize you as a fellow traveler in this universe, someone who has ventured far in thought and come home wiser and calmer. This homecoming is not just a return to Earth, but a reunion with all the wonder that the sky holds. Overhead, the Milky Way spreads like a luminous ribbon, the same majestic river of stars it has always been. It arches from horizon to horizon, a reminder that even as we stand on the ground, we are part of something vast. All the stars you see, and the countless more you cannot see, share a connection with you. Your atoms, your very existence, are born of starfire. You have the universe within you, and you are within the universe. Under this starry sky, there is a profound sense of belonging. You are home, and home is not just the patch of earth beneath your feet, but the entire cosmos that cradles us. Consider for a moment how the same stars above are watched by others across the world. The constellations shining down on you tonight also shine on distant mountains, on faraway oceans, on people in every corner of the globe. We all live under this one grand sky. No matter our differences, we share the stars in common. Generations before us looked up at these same lights and spun tales about them. Ancient travelers used them to find their way. A steady star like Polaris, the North Star, guided voyagers home through the dark, a constant beacon of the north. Lovers separated by miles gazed at the same moon, finding comfort that they were together under its light. In the end, the whole of humanity is united under this celestial tapestry. One species, one tiny world, under one beautiful sky. After all the vast distances we traversed in our imagination, it might be surprising to realize that the stars above tonight are the very ones we visited in our mind's journey. That gentle star, twinkling in the darkness, might be one whose ancient light we spoke of, having travelled for centuries to reach your eyes. That hazy smudge over the horizon could be the Andromeda Galaxy, still sending its glow across millions of years of time. Our cosmic voyage did not require a spaceship, only curiosity and wonder. And now, as you stand or lie here, you realize you've been a part of the universe's story all along. You always were. You always will be. The journey helped you feel it more deeply, but even when you weren't consciously aware, you were always connected to the stars. Allow yourself to rest in this knowledge. The universe is vast beyond imagining, yet here you are, a small but vital part of it. The same laws of nature that swirl galaxies and ignite stars are at play within you. The iron in your blood once formed in the heart of a star. The calcium in your bones was forged in stellar furnaces. You are a child of the cosmos, inseparable from the grand scheme. It inspires a quiet gratitude to realize how intimately you belong to this vast and beautiful existence. Knowing this can be a source of deep comfort. Whenever you feel alone or uncertain, remember that you are made of star stuff and connected to all this greatness. Under the stars, you are never truly alone. You are embraced by the universe that brought you forth. Feel the serenity of this moment. The night is quiet, and the stars above are patient and constant. If you close your eyes, you can almost feel the earth gently turning, carrying you through the stream of starlight. All the distant worlds and far-flung galaxies are out there, but they are no longer overwhelming. They are reassuring. They watch over us each night, steady and enduring. In their light is the promise of tomorrow, the constancy of nature's rhythms. Let that thought soothe you. Just as the stars persist, so do we, from day to day, generation to generation, linked by the same enduring cosmos. Take comfort in how the universe puts things in perspective. Under these stars, the concerns of the day melt away. Stress and worry fade into the background of the vast timeline and the grand design overhead. Notice how your shoulders may drop a little and your jaw softens as the last traces of tension melt away, and simply be present in this peaceful space. In the face of the cosmos's enduring calm, your heart rate slows, your mind grows quiet. There is no urgency here, no demands, only the gentle night and the ancient light of stars. You can let go of tension, release any lingering anxieties, and simply be present in this peaceful moment. The universe, in all its enormity, is at peace tonight and invites you to share in that peace. Breathe deeply and slowly. Inhale the cool night air and exhale softly. With each breath out, imagine any remaining worries flowing far away, dissipating under the starlight. In this stillness, perhaps you feel a drowsy contentment wash over you. It's natural. Our minds find ease when they sense the stability and continuity of the cosmos. For countless nights, humans have looked upward just like this, feeling the same calm under the stars. It is a thread that connects us to our ancestors and to our descendants yet to come. When you look up at the sky, you are participating in an ageless ritual of contemplation and wonder. You are exactly where you need to be, part of an endless lineage of stargazers finding solace in the night. Picture, for a moment, an ancestor from long ago, lying on a quiet night, much like this. Perhaps a traveller, resting beside a gentle fire, or a farmer in a field after the day's work is done. They gaze up at the very same stars, letting the cosmic splendour wash over their weariness. In that instant, across millennia, you and that ancestor share a bond, both comforted by the same eternal sky, both finding peace in the sparkling heavens. Let the sense of cosmic homecoming wrap around you like a warm blanket. You have travelled far and wide in your mind, and now you return to the simple comfort of being home, safe and grounded. Above you, the stars continue their slow dance, shining with steady gentleness. They need nothing from you. They simply offer their light, as they always have. And you need do nothing in return, but accept this moment. Here on Earth, lying under a sky full of ancient starlight, you can truly relax. The universe has been here for billions of years, and will be here for billions more. Right now, it watches over you in its quiet way, as if encouraging you to rest and be at ease. As you settle in, feel the gentle pull of Earth's gravity cradling you. Every part of your body grows pleasantly heavy and loose. Your arms and legs sink comfortably into your bed or the ground beneath you, as if the earth is giving you a soft, secure hug. You are grounded, safe, and utterly at ease. Now, bring your attention to your toes and feet. Allow them to completely soften, releasing any tension. Feel that wave of relaxation move up through your ankles and calves, easing every muscle. Your knees and thighs unwind, sinking comfortably. Let your hips and lower back relax into the support beneath you. Feel your belly rise and fall with calm breaths, each exhale releasing more of the day's weight. Your chest is open and easy, your heart beating slow and steady. Relax your shoulders, letting them drop away from your ears. Your arms grow heavy and limp, from upper arms to forearms to fingertips. Soften your neck, your jaw, your cheeks. Even the muscles around your eyes and forehead smooth out, leaving your face serene. From your toes to the top of your head, your whole body is at ease, warmly illuminated by the peaceful night around you. You have arrived at your cosmic homecoming, and now it is time to rest. Perhaps, as you drift into sleep, Your dreams will carry you softly among the stars once more. You might find yourself weightless, gliding from star to star with ease. Maybe you drift through a luminous nebula, its gentle colours swirling around you like a warm mist. Or perhaps you wander across the quiet sands of a distant moon, under a sky full of galaxies. At the very break of dawn, a soft glow silhouettes the horizon. Night's deepest blues give way to a gentle purple, then to hues of rose and gold. A hush falls over the world in those expectant moments. In ancient times, people would wake at this early hour and turn their eyes eastward. The darkness is ending. Something miraculous is about to happen. Slowly, the rim of the sun appears, a bright sliver of light peeking above the land or sea. With it comes a sense of renewal, a promise that the world is born anew for another day. To those watching from the earth below, this was more than a simple sunrise. It felt like the arrival of a divine presence. The chill of night recedes, and warmth gently spreads, touching the faces of farmers in their fields, sailors on distant waters, and priests standing at temple doors. They lift their hands in prayer or awe, greeting the sun as it ascends. For our ancestors, the sun was life itself, a powerful deity whose daily return kept darkness and fear at bay. In many cultures, elaborate rituals welcomed the sunrise. Imagine the grand temples of ancient Egypt aligned perfectly with the first rays of the morning sun. At that moment, the temple corridors would flood with golden light, illuminating statues and paintings that celebrated the sun god. Far away, on a distant plain, a circle of standing stones like Stonehenge might catch the dawn on the longest day of the year, channeling sunlight through its pillars. Across the world, people gathered at such sacred moments, their hearts pounding with reverence as the sunlight pierced the sky, believing they were witnessing a renewal of cosmic order. As the sun climbs higher into the sky, its brilliance grows and shadows shrink away. It is no wonder that nearly every civilization created stories to explain this magnificent daily journey. The Egyptians envisioned the sun as a great god traveling across the heavens. In their imagination, the sky was a vast river on which the sun god sailed. This god was Ra, often depicted with the head of a falcon crowned by a shining solar disk. Each morning Ra emerged in the east, young and strong, steering his heavenly boat across the sky. All day long, Ra's golden bark drifted over the world, bringing light, warmth, and growth. The people below knew that without his presence, crops would not grow and life would wither. So they told stories of how Ra fought off enemies to keep the sunlight coming. According to their myths, as evening approached, Ra began to age and weaken, for he had reached the western horizon, the gateway to the underworld. There, as dusk fell, Ra descended into the darkness. Night after night, Ra embarked on a perilous voyage through the underworld, a realm of thick shadows and fearsome creatures. He carried a torch of sunlight with him to light the way, but monsters lurked in the depths. Chief among these was Apophis, a colossal serpent of chaos. In the dead of every night, Apophis would attack Ra's boat, seeking to devour the sun and prevent the dawn. It was a terrifying battle, silent and unseen by the sleeping world above. Yet each night, Ra prevailed, aided by other gods and by protective spells recited by Egyptian priests, and the serpent was driven back into the darkness. Victorious once more, Ra would reach the eastern horizon by the end of the night's journey. With the first light of dawn, he was reborn as a youthful sun, rising anew. When the sun rose each day, the Egyptians saw proof that Ra had defeated the forces of night yet again. The cycle continued eternally. Daylight brought Ra's benevolent reign and the flourishing of life, while nighttime was his passage through danger and trial. Each sunrise, then, was a time of gratitude and celebration. We can imagine the ancient Egyptians at dawn, quietly rejoicing as the sun, God's golden face, appeared over the palm groves and the shining Nile, signaling that all was well and light had returned. The idea of the sun as a travelling deity stretched far beyond Egypt. Across the Mediterranean, in ancient Greece, people too imagined the sun carried by a divine charioteer. Each morning, the handsome sun god Helios was said to leave his palace in the east and mount a gleaming chariot. This heavenly chariot was drawn by powerful horses with fiery manes, snorting and pawing at the ground as they eagerly awaited the day's ride. With a crack of his whip, Helios would spur them onward, and they would surge into the sky, pulling the bright sun behind them. As they galloped across the heavens, the day grew brighter and warmer under the wheels of his radiant chariot. In Greek poetry, Helios's journey is described in vivid detail. The shining god holding the golden reins, the horses breathing flames, and the world below lighting up in their wake. From his high vantage, Helios could see everything that happened on Earth. Nothing escaped his brilliant gaze. The Greeks would even call on Helios as a witness to oaths or crimes, since as the all-seeing sun he missed no secret or lie. Every day without fail, he traversed the dome of the sky from east to west, keeping watch over both gods and mortals. By evening, Helios completed his westward course. But the Greeks had an answer for how he returned to the east by the next morning. They imagined that beyond the edge of the world, in the far west, lay a great encircling river, an ocean stream they called Oceanus. When Helios reached the western horizon and sank from view, he did not rest there. Instead, he embarked on a different kind of voyage. The sun god was said to sail around the world, back to the dawn. Some stories told of a golden boat waiting for Helios at day's end. He would step from his chariot into this magnificent vessel, carrying the sun with him, and the gentle currents of Oceanus would convey him through the nighttime waters. All through the dark hours, while the world above lay in night, Helios journeyed unseen around the earth. At last he arrived once more at the eastern sky, just in time to mount his chariot again at dawn. Helios's daily venture inspired awe, but it also carried a warning in Greek lore. The power and responsibility of guiding the sun was not to be taken lightly, as one tragic myth reminds us. Helios had a son named Phaethon, a bold young demigod who begged his father for a chance to drive the sun chariot for a single day. Reluctantly, Helios agreed and placed the reins of the mighty horses in Phaethon's hands. But the moment the chariot left the ground, the horses sensed an uncertain hand, and wildness took over. Off their steady course they veered, feeling no true master at the helm. Up and down they plunged, dragging the sun erratically with them. The sky blazed in chaos. Earth below scorched in some places and froze in others as the sun came too near, then too far. Terrified, Zeus, king of the gods, had to intervene with a thunderbolt. He struck the runaway chariot, and Phaethon himself, to save the world from burning. The youth tumbled from the sky like a shooting star. His sister's tears, the legend says, turned into drops of glowing amber as they mourned him. The tale of Phaethon was whispered through generations as a somber reminder. Only the true sun god can guide the solar fire safely. Any other hand invites disaster. In many lands, people pictured the sun riding a splendid chariot across the sky. Far to the east, in ancient India, this idea took on its own form. The Vedic hymns celebrated Surya, the sun deity, who traversed the heavens on a radiant chariot pulled by 7 horses. Each horse, some say, represents one of the 7 colours of light, or the 7 days of the week. Indian poets describe the dawn as a lovely goddess, Ushas, who rides ahead of Surya each morning. She opens the gates of heaven and paints the sky with rosy light, preparing the way for the sun god's grand arrival. Then Surya appears, majestic and glowing, dispelling darkness and awakening the world. Yet not all cultures saw the sun as a male driver or king. In some traditions, the sun was imagined as female, a radiant goddess whose light was no less vital. To the Norse peoples of the far north, for example, the sun was a beautiful goddess named Sol. Like Helios, she drove a swift chariot drawn by divine horses across the sky. But the Norse heavens were perilous even in daytime. A monstrous wolf named Skoll forever chased the sun goddess, hungry to devour her. Sol raced across the heavens, day after day, striving to stay just ahead of the beast's jaws. The people believed that one day, at the end of all things, the wolf would finally catch Sol and swallow her whole, stealing the sun's light. Until that distant doom, however, her swift flight kept the sun safely out of reach and daylight alive for the world below. On the other side of the world in Japan, the chief deity was also the sun. But here she was, a mighty and compassionate goddess called Amaterasu. She ruled the heavens and shone her warm blessings upon the rice fields and forests of the islands. Her radiance was said to be the source of life and prosperity. One famous legend tells of a time when Amaterasu hid herself away from the world, angered by a quarrel with her unruly brother, the storm god. She retreated into a dark cave and sealed its entrance with a great stone. In an instant, her radiant light vanished from the world. The sun had disappeared. In the endless night that followed, crops failed and a cold gloom fell over the land, a disaster for gods and humans alike. The other deities desperately tried to coax Amaterasu out, but she ignored their pleas. Finally, they devised a clever plan. They gathered at the mouth of the cave and hung a large bronze mirror on a branch nearby. Then a joyous goddess began to dance and sing, stomping on an upturned tub and drumming out a lively rhythm. The gods laughed and hollered at the spectacle, acting as if they had discovered some new delight. Curious at the commotion outside, Amaterasu peeked out from behind the stone. At that very moment, the gods thrust the mirror forward. Amaterasu caught a glimpse of a dazzling figure. It was her own reflection, though she did not recognize it. Surprised and drawn toward the beautiful light, she stepped out of the cave to gaze at it. In that instant, the strongest god seized her hand and pulled her fully into the open. Quickly, others rolled the boulder back across the cave entrance, ensuring she could not retreat again. At once, Amaterasu's brilliant light returned to the world, and darkness fled. All of heaven and earth rejoiced. Ever since that day, the sun goddess has shone faithfully in the sky. Her time of sorrow passed, and the world has been kept warm and bright by her grace. These diverse tales, from Egypt, Greece, India, Norse lands, and Japan, all show how deeply people felt the sun's importance. Every culture found its own imaginative way to explain and honor the sun's journey. Each sunrise was a wonder. Each sunset a mystery that begged for an explanation. In some Native American stories, the world was dark until a hero brought the sun to the sky. They tell of a time when an eternal night reigned and people lived in cold twilight. A clever hero, sometimes a raven, sometimes a coyote or a small boy, set out to find the hidden sun and carry it out for all to see. At great personal risk, the hero stole the sun from where it was kept and released it into the sky, illuminating the world and bringing the first dawn. Thanks to such daring figures, the gift of sunlight was secured for everyone. In a Polynesian legend, the demigod Maui grew tired of how short the days were. The sun raced too quickly across the sky, leaving not enough light for people to fish, farm, and finish their work. Determined to help humanity, Maui decided to slow the sun's mad dash. He climbed to the top of a sacred mountain and waited in ambush. At dawn, as the first brilliant rays climbed over the horizon, Maui cast a strong net woven from his sister's hair. The net snared the sun's blazing rays and held fast. The sun god fought and struggled to break free, but Maui, with all his strength, held firm. Striking a bargain, Maui agreed to release the sun only if it promised to journey more slowly through the sky. Exhausted and humbled, the sun god consented. From that day forward, the sun kept to a gentler pace, and the daylight hours grew longer and more plentiful. The people rejoiced. Their clever hero had ensured that crops could grow better and life could thrive under a more generous sun. Maui's feat was sung around evening fires for generations, a reminder that even the great sun could be tamed by courage and ingenuity. To the Inca of South America, the sun was also a benevolent guardian, a deity called Inti. The Inca emperors claimed descent from Inti, considering themselves children of the sun. Each day, Inti watched over his people from the sky, and each night he journeyed through the underworld much like Ra, to emerge reborn at dawn. The Inca built magnificent sun temples in his honor, lining up windows and mirrors of polished gold to catch the first morning light. At sunrise, those temples would blaze with a reflection of Inti's glory, as if the sun god himself had filled the sanctuary with his presence. By these acts, the Inca showed their devotion, ensuring that Inti's favor and the sunlight would continue to bless their empire. As evening comes, the sun's bright disk slowly sinks, and the sky blooms with shades of orange, pink, and red, a final splendid farewell for the day. We can imagine ancient families pausing from their labors to watch the sunset, feeling both gratitude and a touch of unease. The light that sustained them is departing, slipping below the edge of the world. In those moments, many believed the sun was entering a perilous realm of night or water. The Egyptians pictured the sky goddess Nut arching overhead. Each dusk, Nut was said to swallow the sun, and at dawn she would give birth to it anew. Elsewhere, people thought the sun dived into the ocean at day's end to cool its fiery form, sinking with a hiss of steam into the dark sea. Even knowing that dawn would come again, people felt a primitive anxiety at sundown, a need for reassurance that the sun would truly return. Through prayers, songs, and comforting tales, they bade the sun farewell each evening and expressed hope for its rebirth. Every sunset was a small death. Every sunrise, a triumphant rebirth. The cycle of day and night itself became a sacred story. The sun dying and being born again, day after day. An eternal promise that light would always follow darkness. As the last glow fades in the west, a tranquil darkness spreads across the sky. One by one, the stars begin to appear, tiny sparks in the growing night. In the cool hush of twilight, attention shifts to the gentler lights above. Where the sun had ruled with its blinding fire, now the silver moon and innumerable stars step quietly into their places, illuminating the darkness with a softer, mysterious glow. The world that was awash in sun now lies under the subtle enchantment of the night. In some cultures, people imagined the sun and moon as kin, a family of light sharing the sky. One tale told by the Inuit and other peoples of the far north speaks of the sun and moon as sister and brother. Long ago, the story says, the sister, the sun, fled from her brother, the moon, after a terrible quarrel between them. She ran as far as she could and climbed into the sky, and he chased after her into the heavens. Ever since, the radiant sister has raced ahead, bringing day, and the brother, with his gentler light, has followed behind, bringing night. Around and around they circle the world, forever pursuing, yet never catching one another. Thanks to their eternal chase, day and night continue in unbroken succession. It is a bittersweet dance, an endless separation and reunion that keeps the rhythm of time alive. Now, as night fully falls, and the sun's journey is done for this day, our gaze lifts to find the moon rising quietly above the horizon, ready to guide us through the darkness. The brilliant tails of the sun yield to the softer mysteries of the moon. High above, the moon now floats into the night sky, its pale light gently unfolding across the darkness. In the absence of the sun's glare, the world becomes a place of soft outlines and long shadows. The moon's silvery glow bathes the sleeping land, turning fields and forests into quiet dreamscapes. Where daylight brought clarity and activity, moonlight brings a hush and a touch of enchantment. Under this cool, pearlescent light, our ancestors felt a different kind of wonder, a mix of calm and mystery. To many ancient peoples, the moon was a goddess, a softer mirror of the sun's power. They saw her as a gentle, watchful presence who governed the night. Unlike the fiery sun, she did not burn the sky. She adorned it. The Romans called her Luna, and the Greeks knew her as Selene, divine women whose faces shone down from the heavens. It was said Selene drove a chariot of her own, with white horses that carried her moon across the night. When the moon was full, they imagined it as Selene's radiant face, round and glowing with silvery light. When it waned to a crescent, they thought the goddess was veiling her face, or perhaps taking rest. For the Greeks, the moon also found expression in Artemis, the maiden goddess of the hunt. Artemis was the twin sister of Apollo, the sun god, and she roamed the shadowy forests under moonlight, accompanied by her nymphs and a pack of hounds. By the light of the moon, she guided hunters and guarded wild creatures. Her association with the moon gave the night a sense of magic and protection. When people saw the gleam of moonlight on a quiet lake or filtering through the trees, they imagined Artemis's presence there, swift and silent, watching over all beneath the starry sky. In the Far East, the moon carried its own beloved legends. Chinese lore speaks of Chang'e, the beautiful moon goddess who lives in the moon palace. Long ago, as the story is told, Chang'e drank a divine elixir and floated up into the sky until she reached the moon. There she resides forever, regaled in a robe of pure light. Only a single companion stays with her, a small jade rabbit who tirelessly pounds the ingredients of the immortality potion in a mortar. On clear autumn nights, when the moon is fullest and brightest, families in China gather to appreciate the moon's beauty and share stories of Chang'e. They say that if you look closely at the moon's face, you can see the outline of the jade rabbit at her side. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, people even bake round mooncakes as offerings and gaze skyward, sending the goddess their prayers and hoping for blessings of harmony and longevity. People everywhere peered at the moon's dappled face and found figures in its patterns. Across many Western lands, folks spoke of a man in the moon, a kindly visage that seemed to smile down from the full moon. Parents would point it out to children. The two eyes, the nose, the gentle curve of a mouth, all formed by the dark lunar plains. Once you saw that face, it became a familiar friend, always present on bright moonlit nights. In other lands, especially across East Asia, and even in parts of the Americas, people perceived a different figure on the lunar surface, the outline of a rabbit. The shadows and lights of the moon arranged themselves into a bunny shape with long ears and a rounded body. For many, that celestial rabbit was believed to be hard at work up there. In some tales, it was mixing the gods' elixir of immortality. In others, it was simply pounding rice for heavenly feasts. That such distant cultures saw similar images in the moon only added to its allure. It was as if the moon invited us all to dream, offering a canvas where each culture could paint its own story. Not everywhere was the moon envisioned as feminine, however. In some traditions, the moon was a god, a masculine presence ruling the night sky. The Norse people called him Mani, a shining male deity who crossed the heavens in a horse-drawn carriage, just like his sister Sol, the sun. Mani kept his own steady course, but he too was said to be pursued by a giant wolf, always at his heels. According to Norse belief, this wolf, named Hati, would one day catch the moon and devour him. Until that fate at the end of the world, however, Mani glides through the darkness, always just out of the wolf's reach, marking time for mortals below. The waxing and waning of the moon helped the Norse measure their months, each phase a reliable sign of the passing days. In ancient Mesopotamia, the moon was also male, a god named Nana, or Sin. He was depicted as a wise, elderly deity with a flowing beard, often shown riding a crescent moon boat or a winged bull across the night sky. The people of Mesopotamia watched the moon's cycle carefully and based their calendar on it, so they revered Sin as a patron of time and fertility. Each new moon marked the beginning of a month, and offerings were made to honor the moon's visibility once more. To them, the return of the crescent after nights of darkness was a sign that their gods were keeping the universe in order. One of the greatest mysteries of the moon was, of course, its changing face. Unlike the sun, which blazes with a constant fullness, the moon transforms night by night. It grows from a slender crescent to a full bright disk, then wanes again to invisibility, only to return and repeat the cycle. To ancient eyes, it was as though the moon were continually dying and being reborn. Many myths sought to explain this gentle, endless rhythm. In India, wise storytellers imagined the moon to be a goblet of sacred nectar in the heavens, the ambrosia of immortality known as soma. The gods, yearning for this divine drink, would sip a little of it each night. As they did, the glowing goblet in the sky emptied bit by bit, and the moon waned from full to crescent. When they had drained it completely, the sky was left without a moon, a night of perfect darkness. But only temporarily. The heavenly vessel refilled itself thanks to the god's boon, and the moon gradually waxed full once more. And so the cycle continued, assuring people that darkness would only ever be brief, and the lunar light would always return. Elsewhere, people personified the moon's phases as the stages of life of a single being. Some spoke of the moon as a great celestial woman who aged as the month progressed. The new moon was the young maiden, slim and just appearing. The full moon was the mother in her prime, round and radiant, pregnant with light. And the waning moon was the old woman, wise but withering, shrinking to a thin crone who eventually died, disappearing at the dark of the moon. Yet this was not an end, for from that night's darkness a slender new moon would be born, and the cycle would begin again. In this way, the moon taught a lesson of renewal, that even as life wanes, it can be reborn anew. The moon's influence was felt in the natural world too. Coastal communities noticed that the great oceans swelled and sank in time with the moon. The highest tides came when the moon was new or full, as if the moon were tugging gently at the blanket of the sea. Farmers in many cultures looked to the moon's phases to guide the planting of crops and the harvesting of produce. They believed that seeds sown during certain moon phases would sprout more vigorously, and that some medicinal herbs picked under a full moon held extra potency. Whether by superstition or by subtle observation, the moon became a guide for both sailors and sowers, a celestial clock gently regulating water and growth on Earth. The moon was often linked to the moods and minds of human beings as well. The very word lunatic comes from luna, reflecting the old belief that the full moon could stir unrest in the mind. On bright full moon nights, when silver light poured down and turned the landscape eerie and almost like day, people claimed that unusual things happened. Wolves were said to howl more fervently toward the moon, and tales arose of humans undergoing strange transformations under the moon's rays, the legendary werewolf being the most famous, a person turning into a wolf when the moon was full. Such stories, while fantastical, show the deep connection people made between the moon and the mysterious corners of the mind. Even if one didn't believe in literal transformations, many would agree that a full moon night had a unique energy, one that could make the world feel a bit different, perhaps enchanted or unsettled. Yet just as it was feared by some, the moon was adored by others as a muse of love and longing. Poets and lovers through the ages have turned to the moon as a confidant. Under its soft glow, hearts seem to open and speak more freely. A pair of young lovers might meet by moonlight for a secret rendezvous, the moon kindly lighting their path. Or when lovers were apart, they took comfort in knowing that they could both look upon the same moon, a luminous bridge connecting their distant hearts. In serene nights, one could imagine the moon as a sympathetic friend, the only one awake to hear the whispers of the lonely or the hopeful. Many an ancient poem or song was dedicated to the moon, thanking it for its gentle company in the quiet of night. For all the moon's beauty and the sun's splendor, there were times when these two celestial lights aligned in ways that filled onlookers with awe and dread. These were the eclipses, rare moments when day could become night, or a full moon could vanish in shadow. The ancients trembled at such events, beating drums, praying, and watching the sky with terrified eyes. But inevitably, the sun or moon would return, and light would be restored. Still, those brief minutes of cosmic darkness left a deep impression. They gave rise to some of the most dramatic legends of all. And so, as our journey through the mythic cosmos continues, we turn to those extraordinary moments when day turned to night and the familiar lights in the sky were plunged into shadow. It is midday, the sun high and bright, when suddenly an eerie twilight falls over the land. People glance upward in confusion. A dark bite appears on the sun's brilliant disk, growing larger by the minute. The blue sky dims into an uncanny grey. Birds stop singing and return to their roosts as if night has come early. A chill runs through the air. In a matter of moments, daylight has been swallowed by darkness. Panic sweeps through the watching villagers. Some drop to their knees in prayer. Others cry out in fear. The sun, the great life-giver, is disappearing before their eyes, and they do not know if it will ever return. Such was the terror of a solar eclipse for ancient peoples. In culture after culture, we find records of profound alarm when day suddenly became as night. To explain this frightening phenomenon, many told stories of ravenous creatures attacking the sun. In China, it was said that a mighty dragon or a celestial dog had lunged up and seized the sun in its jaws. As the sky grew dark, emperors' advisors and common folk alike would beat drums, clash gongs, and shoot arrows toward the sky to scare off the beast. The noise and commotion were meant to startle the dragon into releasing its radiant prize. And indeed, after a few minutes of dread, the dragon would seem to relent. The sun would begin to emerge again, light returning to the world. In the cold northlands of the Norse people, the culprit was thought to be a giant wolf, the very same sky wolf that chased the sun each day. During an eclipse, they believed, the wolf had finally caught up to Sol, the sun goddess, and clamped its teeth around the sun. To save the world from endless night, people would make as much noise as they could. They banged on iron pots and shouted at the sky, hoping to frighten the wolf away. Only when the sun reappeared did they breathe again, relieved that their clamour had helped the goddess escape the wolf's snare. Far to the east in India, an eclipse was explained with a tale of cosmic trickery and vengeance. According to Hindu mythology, during an ancient battle between gods and demons, a clever demon named Rahu sneaked into the line of gods to sip the nectar of immortality. The sun and moon gods spotted the intruder and alerted Vishnu, who swiftly cut off the demon's head before the nectar could pass through his throat. Rahu's head, now immortal, flew into the sky. Burning with rage, it chased the sun and moon to devour them in revenge. Every so often Rahu catches the sun, or the moon, in his mouth, causing an eclipse. But since he has no body, he cannot hold them for long. The sun and moon slip out from his throat and shine again. Even today, many people in India observe special rituals during eclipses. They fast or bathe in sacred rivers and recite prayers until the shadow passes, echoing the ancient belief that Rahu must release the sun and allow light to return. On the other side of the world, the Aztecs of Mexico also feared a cosmic devourer during eclipses. They believed that a giant jaguar lurked in the sky, and when the sun went dark, it meant the jaguar god was attacking it. The sun's bright face turning black was like the open mouth of the beast engulfing it. In that frightening darkness, the Aztecs would shout and wail, brandishing spears and flaming torches to drive the celestial jaguar away. They feared that if the sun were completely eaten, the world would end in chaos. Great was their relief when the sun inevitably escaped and light returned. In neighbouring Maya lands, people similarly believed that demons or animals were biting the sun and joined in the clamour to scare them off. In nearly all these stories, an eclipse was not a random event, but a cosmic crisis, a battle or chase visible in the sky. And in each case, humans did what they could to help the sun survive. They prayed, they made noise, they offered sacrifices or cast spells. When the sun finally emerged from the darkness, It was a moment of collective joy and reassurance. The people believed they had driven away the monster or appeased the angry spirits. The roosters crowed at what seemed like a second dawn. The normal colour returned to the sky. Daylight was restored, and with it the comforting sense that the cosmic order was safe again. The moon, too, occasionally fell prey to dark forces, at least in the eyes of our ancestors. A lunar eclipse, when the full moon slowly dims and often turns a deep red, was another source of fear and myth. On such nights, a coppery blood moon hung in the sky, alarming those below. The Incas of South America believed that a great jaguar was attacking the moon, biting its face and staining it red with blood. As the shadow crept over the moon's glow, the Incas feared the jaguar might come down to earth next, so they clanged on instruments, shouted, and even let their dogs howl, hoping all the noise would drive the beast away. Other peoples, from the Norse to the ancient Chinese, likewise saw a lunar eclipse as a monster's assault on the gentle moon. They too responded with loud noises and fervent prayers, just as they did when the sun was in eclipse. During a lunar eclipse, the sight of the moon, that friendly lantern of the night, turning dark and reddish, was deeply unsettling. Was the moon dying? Had some cosmic harm befallen it? Often these events were seen as omens. A blood-red moon might foreshadow ill fortune or great change, the fall of a king or a coming famine. But like solar eclipses, lunar eclipses passed. Within a couple of hours the shadow would begin to slip away, and the moon's familiar silver light would gradually return. Communities would breathe a sigh of relief. They sometimes held special feasts or ceremonies afterward, thanking the heavens that the danger was over and the normal night restored. Over time, the more learned sky watchers, astronomer priests in places like Babylon and ancient China, began to realize that eclipses followed certain patterns and could be anticipated. But for most people, and even for many learned ones, an eclipse remained an awe-filled and fearsome mystery. It was a stark reminder that the heavens, usually so dependable, could change without warning. No wonder so many eclipse myths speak of cosmic battles and devourers. Such stories gave meaning to the terrifying spectacle and offered a sense that human actions, prayers, noise, rituals, could help bring back the light. When the sun or moon finally returned to normal, life carried on. People went back to their daily tasks under the familiar sunlight and moonlight, grateful that balance had been restored. In the nights that followed, with the sky calm and unchanged, those same sky gazers could turn their attention to subtler wonders above. Beyond the dramatic eclipses and obvious cycles of sun and moon, they had long observed that a few star-like lights wandered among the constellations. These wandering stars, known today as planets, moved in curious paths across the night sky. And so, as eclipse fears faded and the heavens seemed reliable again, ancient stargazers once more tracked the meanderings of those wandering points of light, eager to unravel the stories and meanings behind their journeys. For most stars in the night sky, their positions relative to each other never seemed to change. Night after night, year after year, they formed the same familiar patterns. But scattered among these fixed stars were 5 wanderers with a very different behavior. These were the planets, the wandering stars that slowly shifted their places against the background constellations. Ancient sky watchers, after overcoming their fears of eclipses and rejoicing in the return of normalcy, would often turn their attention to these wandering lights. They noticed that these few points of light did not stay put. One month, a bright star might lie near a certain cluster of fixed stars, and months later, it would have moved to a new part of the sky. There were 5 of these wanderers, visible to the unaided eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Each had its own distinct appearance and pattern of motion, almost as if each were a celestial being with its own personality. The Greeks would eventually call them planets, from their word for wanderers, and that is the name we use today. To the ancients, these were not mere lights, but living gods strolling through the heavens. Consider the planet Venus, by far the brightest of the 5. It appears either in the west shortly after sunset, or in the east before dawn, never straying far from the sun's vicinity. When Venus shines in the evening, it is often the first star to sparkle after sunset, hanging like a jewel in the twilight sky. When it graces the morning sky, it is the last to fade in the growing daylight. Many ancient cultures actually thought the evening star and the morning star were 2 different objects. In time, they realized it was one wanderer showing 2 faces. By either name, this dazzling planet was almost universally associated with love and beauty. The Romans named it Venus, after their goddess of love. The Greeks called it Aphrodite's star. Long before them, the Sumerians and Babylonians honored it as Inanna or Ishtar, their own goddess of love and war. When Venus gleamed bright on the horizon, it was said the goddess was watching over the world, perhaps bestowing blessings of fertility and prosperity, or in her warrior aspect, warning of looming conflicts. Mars, on the other hand, travelled a little farther from the sun and had a notably reddish hue. It was a curious star, at times dim and unobtrusive, but at other times, when it drew nearer to Earth, glowing a fierce orange red. That colour could not be ignored. It reminded people of blood and fire. To the Romans, this wandering star was Mars, the god of war, brandishing his ruddy shield in the sky. The Babylonians similarly named it after Nergal, their god of war and plague. When Mars burned especially bright, ancient astrologers grew uneasy, interpreting it as a sign of strife or danger looming in the world of men. In contrast, Jupiter gleamed with a steady, kingly white light. It was one of the slower wanderers, taking nearly 12 years to complete a journey through the entire zodiac of constellations. Because of its grand presence and leisurely pace, it earned the role of the sky's monarch. The Romans called it Jupiter, after the king of their gods, the Greek Zeus. In Mesopotamia, this planet was associated with Marduk, chief of the Babylonian pantheon. A bright Jupiter rising was seen as a favourable omen, perhaps a sign of abundance, victory, or the blessing of the highest god. Ancient astrologers noted whenever Jupiter drew near other planets, viewing such conjunctions as cosmic council meetings of great deities, heralding significant events on Earth. Farther out, and fainter to the naked eye, was Saturn. This golden-hued wanderer moved most slowly of all, taking about 30 years to circle the sky. Its plodding, patient trek earned it a reputation as a wise old god. The Romans named it Saturn, after the aged Titan who was father to Jupiter. To the Greeks, it was Kronos, Cronus, a primordial deity often associated with time itself. Saturn's appearances were linked to sowing and harvesting. The Romans celebrated Saturnalia during winter seeding time in its honour. The planet's slow advance across the heavens felt like the ticking of the universe's clock, methodical and inevitable. When Jupiter and Saturn occasionally met in the sky, an event happening roughly once in a generation, it set astrologers abuzz. Such a meeting of the 2 largest planets was thought to signal great changes afoot, perhaps the rise of a new king, or the dawn of a new era. The swiftest wanderer of all was Mercury, though it was also the hardest to spot. Mercury never strays far from the sun and can only be seen during brief windows at dawn or dusk. It darts rapidly from one side of the sun to the other, disappearing in the sun's glare for weeks, then popping out on the opposite horizon. Because of its elusive, quicksilver behavior, the ancients linked this little planet to messengers and trickster gods. The Romans named it Mercury for their fleet-footed messenger god, the Greek Hermes. In some mythic poems, Mercury Hermes was said to carry messages between Olympus, the heavens, and Earth, an apt role for a planet that shuttles back and forth near the sun. When Mercury was visible low in the twilight, priests and augurs would take note, for its presence might influence commerce, communication, and travel, domains governed by the clever god Mercury. All these wandering stars were woven into the fabric of ancient astrology and law. Astronomer priests in Babylon painstakingly recorded the positions of each planet on clay tablets, creating some of the world's first almanacs and ephemerides. By doing so, they learned to anticipate planetary motions and to correlate them with events on Earth. If Mars rose in a certain part of the sky, it might mean war in a far-off land. If Venus disappeared for several days, as it does when passing near the Sun, they might anticipate a period of upheaval followed by renewal, much as the goddess Inanna's descent and return in myth. Every movement was meaningful. For example, a conjunction of Venus and Jupiter, the love goddess and the sky king, might be interpreted as a time of great harmony, or an auspicious sign for weddings and alliances. Conversely, if fiery Mars squared off against Saturn, the stern old god, it could warn of hardships or conflicts to come. So important were these 5 planets, together with the sun and moon, that they became central to how people marked time and guided their lives. In fact, the 7 days of the week we still use are named after the 7 visible celestial bodies. Sunday for the sun, Monday for the moon, and in languages like French or Spanish, names like Mardi, Tuesday, and Mercredi, Wednesday, still echo Mars and Mercury. Every day, in essence, was under the patronage of one of these heavenly powers. By tracking the wanderers' paths, ancient astrologers felt they could read the intentions of the gods and better prepare for what was to come. Night after night, generation after generation, humans watched the wanderers dance their slow dance through the starry background. We can imagine an ancient astronomer atop a ziggurat or standing in a palace courtyard, measuring the position of Jupiter against a particular star, or waiting for Venus to rise after months of absence. These observations, meticulous and full of faith, built the foundation of both astronomy and astrology. The wandering stars tied the everyday world to the grand cosmos. They were seen as agents of fate, the handwriting of the gods moving against the canvas of eternity. Yet for all the fascination these planets inspired, they were only a part of the night's grand spectacle. Beyond their roaming paths lay the vast backdrop of the fixed stars, countless points of light arranged in patterns that told stories of their own. The ancients looked up and saw pictures in the stars, heroes and monsters, queens and hunters, all immortalized in the glittering constellations. These starry figures formed a cosmic tapestry, a map of myth spread across the heavens. And so, as we leave behind the wandering gods of the night, our journey through the ancient cosmos continues, onward to the legends written in the stars themselves. Morning breaks gently over the edge of the world, as it has since ancient stories first spoke of dawn. In that soft glow, one can imagine how early peoples might have felt a profound sense of wonder, a quiet reverence, as the sky slowly transformed from the final black of midnight to the pale blue-grey of dawn, and then to the rosy gold of morning. The mysterious stars begin to fade, and in their place, a greater light prepares to rule the heavens. Every sunrise in those mythic days was not just a routine of nature, but a renewal of a divine promise. To ancient eyes, that brilliant orb climbing the sky was alive, a powerful being whose warmth and light sustained the world. Each culture saw the sun's journey in its own imaginative way, turning the simple act of daybreak into a divine drama. One can imagine a community in ancient times, gathered at the break of day. Perhaps a farmer stands in his field, breath visible in the chilly dawn, waiting anxiously for the first rays to peak above the horizon. Night's dangers are nearly past. As a band of pale gold light spreads and the sun's disk finally rises, the people lift their faces and close their eyes. Its warmth kisses their skin. In that moment, worries ease. Another day has been gifted by the heavens. Joyful shouts or a quiet prayer of thanks might follow, because the light and life of the world has returned on schedule once more. In the deserts along the Nile, people believed the sun was the god Ra sailing a radiant boat across the heavens. Every dawn, Ra's boat, the boat of millions of years, set out from the eastern horizon, carrying the sun on its deck. By dusk, he would steer it down into the western sky and beyond, disappearing into the dark waters of the underworld to navigate the perilous night. Yet always, by the next morning, he emerged triumphant. With each sunrise, Ra was reborn, a daily victory of light over darkness, a promise kept anew. At dawn, temple priests in Egypt would stand atop their pylons to greet Ra's return with chants and incense, watching as the first rays illuminated the tips of the obelisks. It was a daily affirmation that order and life endured. Far to the north, in the realm of Norse sagas, the sun took the form of a bright maiden named Sol, who raced across the sky in a chariot of fire. She was forever chased by a giant wolf with jaws agape, eager to swallow her whole. Each day, Sol sped ahead of the beast, her light just out of reach of its snapping teeth. When the wolf drew near, the sky would dim, a dire warning that one day, in the final twilight of the gods, the chase would end. But until that distant doom, the dawn always came again, and Sol's chariot continued its frenzied flight, ensuring that daylight returned to the world. The Greeks, too, told of a shining chariot in the sky. To them, the sun was Helios, a titan crowned with a golden halo, who drove his horse-drawn chariot from east to west each day. In one famous Greek legend, Helios's young son Phaethon begged to guide the sun chariot for a single day. Reluctantly, the father let him take the reins. But the horses sensed the boy's weakness and bolted wildly. In their erratic course, they galloped too close to the earth, scorching fields and drying up rivers, then veered off toward the heavens, threatening to burn the stars. To save the world, Zeus struck Phaethon from the sky with a thunderbolt, and the flaming chariot fell. The sun, chastened, returned to its path. The Greeks saw in this tale a warning. The sun's power was magnificent and perilous. Not even a demigod could handle it without dire consequence. On the far eastern shores of ancient Japan, the sun was revered as a gentle but powerful goddess. They called her Amaterasu, she who illuminates the sky. Legends tell that Amaterasu once hid herself in a deep cave, upset by discord in the world, and her absence plunged both heaven and earth into cold darkness. Heaven's assembled gods grew alarmed as days without sunlight passed. They hung a great mirror and strings of gleaming jewels on a sakaki tree outside the cavern, and performed joyous dances and songs, accompanied by riotous laughter, a commotion of celebration right at the cave's mouth. Curiosity piqued. Amaterasu eventually peeked out to see what could cause such mirth in a sunless world. In that moment, the gods flashed the mirror and gently pulled her out. Light and warmth were restored to the world, and ever since, the sun has rarely withdrawn its blessing for long. Under the fierce blue sky of the Americas, peoples like the Inca and Aztec felt the sun's power with every heartbeat. High in the Andes, the Inca Empire honored Inti, the benevolent sun god, regarding their emperor as Inti's own child on earth. They raised temples of stone to catch the first dawn light and offered up the richest gold, considered the sun's precious tears, in reverence. Far to the south in the Aztec capital, priests lifted their faces to the sunrise with prayers and offerings. Their legends told that in the beginning, the gods sacrificed themselves to set the sun moving across the sky. In return, it was believed the sun needed the lifeblood of ritual sacrifice and devotion to stay strong. Each day's sunrise was thus a triumph of faith and duty, proof that their offerings had kept the divine cycle turning for one day more. At Tenochtitlan, as the first light gilded their pyramids, Aztec priests burned sacred copal resin and offered up their own blood in small amounts, drawing it from their bodies to give the sun strength to rise. They believed these offerings, alongside grand ceremonies, kept the mighty Tonatiuh, the sun, from faltering. Among the Cherokee people of North America, the sun was believed to be a powerful woman who could grow angry. They noticed that humans often frowned or squinted at the bright sun, but smiled up at the gentle moon. This hurt and enraged the sun. Legend says she began shooting down unbearable heat at the world in revenge, making people ill with fever. In desperation, the Cherokee sought help from the little people, magical forest spirits, who devised a plan. When the sun next came overhead, the people didn't grimace. Instead, they forced smiles and performed a merry dance as if her light was delightful. The sun, surprised and flattered by this show of happiness, stopped pouring down punishment. Pleased, she resumed giving warmth in moderation. To this day, the Cherokee tell how a simple dance and a smile brought balance back, reminding everyone that the sun, too, has feelings. Beyond the daily rise and set, the sun's yearly journey through the seasons inspired celebrations and concern. As winter days grew short and the sun's strength waned, many communities kindled fires and held festivals to beckon the sun back from its southern retreat. In the deep cold, evergreen boughs, bonfires, and songs symbolized faith that warmth and light would return. When the sun reversed course after the solstice and climbed higher in the sky, people rejoiced. The dawn of a new growing season had come. Likewise, at the peak of summer, when the sun rode high and long in the sky, festivals of gratitude honored the abundance of light. The sun's cycle was the great wheel of the year, and every turning point, solstice or equinox, was marked with story, ritual, and hope, binding human life to the rhythms of the heavens. Even far to the north, the Celtic peoples honored the sun's turning points. At midsummer, they lit bonfires atop hills for the festival of Lugh, a sun god, celebrating the longest day's light. In ancient Persia, followers of Mithra gathered at dawn to greet the rising sun as a divine savior, sharing in its first rays as a blessing. In the Inca capital of Cusco, a grand festival called Inti Raymi took place on the winter solstice, beseeching the sun to return. For days, the people danced, feasted, and offered sacrifices in honor of Inti, their sun god, so that he would strengthen and lengthen the daylight once more. Everywhere, the sun's seasonal ebb and flow was met with ritual, a heartfelt dialogue between humanity and the sky. In India, the sun was revered as Surya, a radiant deity who rides across the sky in a chariot drawn by 7 horses. At dawn, worshippers would stand by rivers or on their rooftops and offer water and prayers to Surya, letting the first rays of sunlight wash over their hands and faces in blessing. Many temples were built to align with the rising sun. In some carvings, Surya is depicted with a lotus in each hand and a radiant halo, symbolizing the life-giving energy he pours down on the earth. To this day, devout Hindus greet the sunrise with the Surya Namaskar, a salutation to the sun, continuing a tradition that echoes back to antiquity. In all these tales, the sun was not just a ball of fire in the sky. It was a living symbol of hope, renewal, and divine care. People greeted it every morning with gratitude and awe, knowing that its warmth meant life. And when the sun's bright reign gently ended each evening, eyes turned to a different light rising in the darkness, one softer and cooler, yet brimful of its own mysteries. Now the moon would ascend, and with it, a new chapter of the cosmic story unfolded under the night's embrace. Night falls and the moon rises, serene and glowing, to rule the sky in the sun's absence. Where the sun dazzled and dominated, the moon softly enchants. By its pale light, the world becomes a quieter place of dark silhouettes and gentle silver shadows. To those who came before us, this gentle lantern of the night was more than just a distant rock. It was a friend in the darkness, a guardian of dreams, a timekeeper for the soul. Picture a lone traveller walking along a country road by night, hundreds of years ago. The full moon rises and bathes the path in gentle light, turning the road and trees silver. He walks a little faster and feels safer with the moon as his companion, illuminating ruts and rocks he might otherwise stumble over. In a nearby village, a mother draws her child to the window to see the bright moon overhead. She tells the little one not to be afraid of the dark. The moon is watching over them, like a kindly night lantern hung by the gods. The child falls asleep under that soft glow, comforted by the thought that the moon will keep its silent vigil until morning. Just as they did with the sun, ancient cultures wove rich personalities around the moon. In many tales, she is a radiant goddess, reigning over the night with a softer touch. To the Greeks, the moon was Selene, a beautiful titaness who drove her silver chariot across the night sky, her face shining down with affection upon the sleeping world. They whispered that Selene fell in love with a mortal man, Endymion, and begged Zeus to grant him eternal sleep so that he would never age or leave her. Each night, she visited his dreaming form in secret, her silvery light a gentle caress on his face. Yet in other cultures, the moon was imagined as male, a solitary wanderer rather than a night queen. Norse folklore spoke of Mani, brother of the sun goddess, forever trailing her path across the heavens. Mani too was chased by a ravenous wolf through the sky, and people said that one fated day the wolf would at last catch him, ending the moon's gentle vigil and heralding the world's end. In Japan's myths, the moon was Tsukuyomi, a proud god whose cold demeanour set him at odds with his sister, the sun. After a grave offence angered her, the two celestial siblings agreed never to share the sky, and thus day and night became eternally separate, each ruled by its own divine light. Across the world, countless other legends arose to explain the moon's ethereal presence. In ancient China, When people gaze up at the full moon, they often think of Chang'e, the moon goddess who lives in the lunar palace. Once a mortal woman, Chang'e drank a divine elixir and floated up beyond the clouds until she reached the moon, where she became immortal. Legends say she is lonely there, especially after leaving her beloved husband behind on Earth. But she is not entirely alone. In the quiet moonlight by a cinnamon tree, her companion, the jade rabbit, tirelessly pounds a mortar and pestle, mixing the potion of immortality for the goddess. On clear autumn nights during the harvest festival, families still look up and tell the story of Chang'e's ascent, imagining her silhouette gently outlined on the moon's face. Chang'e's mortal husband, the archer Hao Yi, was left behind on Earth, gazing up at his wife's new home. It's said he would set out her favorite cakes and fruits under the night sky, hoping the moon's gentle glow might carry his love to her. To this day, during the autumn full moon, families share round mooncakes and remember Chang'e, a symbol of reunion and longing despite distance. The image of a rabbit on the moon appears in many cultures, not just China. In a gentle tale from India, a small rabbit proves its selflessness to a god in disguise by offering its own body as food to a hungry traveller. Touched by such sacrifice, the god, now revealed, lifted the little rabbit's spirit to the moon, leaving its shape there for all to see as a reminder of compassion shining down on the world. Indeed, across Asia and beyond, countless eyes have gazed at the moon's mottled brightness and fancied they saw a familiar form in its glow, be it a rabbit mixing herbs, a frog, or the face of a lonely man cast in silver. From the islands of the Pacific comes a different kind of moon tale, the story of a woman named Rona. One moonless night, Rona went to fetch water by touch, but when clouds suddenly covered the sky, she stumbled in the darkness. In anger, she cursed the moon for not giving light. The moon, offended, descended and scooped Rona up, along with the water jug and the tree she clung to, carrying them all up into the sky. There Rona remained as an eternal presence on the moon. Even today, some say they can see her silhouette and the tree's shadow on the lunar surface whenever the moon is full and bright. Her story is a lesson in respecting the light we are given. In West Africa, one legend speaks of the moon and sun as twins, a divine pair named Mawu and Lisa. Mawu, the moon, was a goddess of night and motherhood, while Lisa, the sun, was her brother and husband, lord of the day. Together, they kept the world in balance. Her cool, silvery calm soothing the earth after his hot, golden blaze. Many other cultures, too, imagined the moon as a kindly feminine spirit. To some native peoples, she is Grandmother Moon, watching over the realm of night with tender concern. Her monthly cycle, waxing and waning from darkness to full light, was seen as the pulse of life itself, guiding women's rhythms, the planting of crops, and even the subtle tides of the sea. Under her gaze, people felt the pull of something deep and intuitive, a reminder that life moves in natural cycles of change and renewal. On bright nights, some would even speak softly to Grandmother Moon as to a wise elder, confiding their worries or asking for guidance, believing her gentle light could heal and guide troubled hearts. Throughout the month, as the moon changed shape, so too did its perceived powers. The full moon, round and radiant, was often a time of heightened energy and magic. On those brilliant nights, the boundary between the earthly and the spiritual seemed to thin. Werewolves and other shapeshifters were later said to roam under its light, and ordinary folk held dances, performed rites, or simply marveled at the midnight brightness. By contrast, the dark nights of the new moon felt especially mysterious. With the moon absent, the world turned ink black and introspective. Many believed it wise to stay indoors on moonless nights, when mischievous spirits might wander. But they also knew that in this quiet darkness, the moon was only renewing herself, preparing to return as a delicate crescent and begin the cycle anew. Thus, the waxing and waning moon taught lessons of patience, trust, and eternal renewal. Indeed, the moon served as humanity's first calendar. Many ancient cultures counted time by lunar months, measuring the interval from new moon to new moon as a unit for their schedules. The Babylonians, for example, named and celebrated each month based on the moon's cycle, aligning their feasts and planting seasons with its phases. In Egyptian temples, priests watched the sky for the thin crescent that marked the new month, which guided their ritual calendars. The consistent rhythm of 29 or 30 days between full moons was a natural clock, one that governed early timetables long before mechanical clocks or solar calendars took hold. Now the moon lit the nocturnal hours and guided the rhythms of life, and people's eyes were also drawn to the rare moments when she and the sun would cross paths in the sky, giving rise to some of the most dramatic legends of all. Under the moon's watch, humanity learned the patterns of night and found comfort in its gentle light. They observed how the moon waxed and waned in a steady cycle, and they grew to trust that pattern as a guiding rhythm in the darkness. Yet, for all the regular cycles of sun and moon, there were rare moments when the heavens defied expectation. We can imagine the scene. It is midday in a bustling village marketplace when suddenly the light begins to dim. Confusion ripples through the crowd. Within minutes, an uncanny twilight has fallen. Merchants stop haggling and children stop playing. Birds hush their songs as if night has come early. People tilt their heads up to the sky in terror and wonder. The sun above is disappearing, a bite taken out of its bright face. A few scream that a dragon or demon must be devouring it. Others fall to their knees in prayer. For a long, tense moment, the world holds its breath in an eerie half-light, hearts pounding. In that primordial panic, it is easy to understand how extraordinary the event must have felt. A celestial warning that life's most fundamental rhythm could break without warning. Imagine a bright day suddenly plunging into eerie semi-darkness, or a full moon in its prime turning dim and blood-red. Such events, when sun and moon seemed to meet or struggle in the sky, filled our ancestors with both awe and alarm. These were eclipses, celestial dramas that interrupted the usual order of things. When the world went strangely dark at noon, or the moon vanished from sight, people sensed that powerful forces were at play. They searched for meaning in the temporary darkness, crafting urgent myths to explain what could possibly devour the sun's light or extinguish the moon's glow, even if only for a short while. During a total solar eclipse, an eerie chill would sweep over the land. Daylight's colour drained into an uncanny twilight. Birds fell silent, as if night had suddenly arrived, and confused farm animals lay down to sleep. In the sky, a black disk hung where the sun had been, wreathed by the unearthly glow of the solar corona. It is no wonder that people felt both dread and awe in that hushed, otherworldly half-light. In many eclipse legends, a ravenous creature was to blame. Ancient Chinese records speak of a mighty dragon in the sky, hungry and bold enough to swallow the sun. As the daylight dimmed and a black shadow crept over the golden disk, People imagined the dragon clamping its jaws around their source of life. In the cold north, the Norse feared that a giant wolf had finally caught up to the sun goddess whenever day suddenly darkened. For them, an eclipse meant that the wolf shoal was closing in, ready to devour her shining chariot. Far away in India, it was not a dragon or wolf, but a demon's severed head named Rahu that threatened the sun and moon. Rahu, the story goes, once stole a sip of the god's nectar of immortality by disguise. As punishment, he was beheaded, but having tasted the heavenly elixir, his head lived on. In eternal fury, Rahu's bodiless head hurtles through the sky, chasing the sun and moon to consume them. When he catches one and gulps it down, their light vanishes, but only for a moment. Because Rahu has no body, the stolen sun or moon falls right back out of his severed neck. In this way, the eclipse passes and the world returns to light until Rahu's next chase begins. While in ancient China it was a dragon, in the Americas some believed a giant serpent or jaguar was attacking the moon during an eclipse, causing it to glow a coppery red as if covered in blood. Frantic shouting, drumming, and even the clanging of pots were used to scare the beast away in those cultures as well. Whenever such cosmic attacks were thought to be underway, people did not sit by helplessly. They took action. Across many lands, communities would unite in a chorus of noise and commotion to chase the monster off. In ancient China, as soon as the sun began to dim, the air filled with the clamour of gongs, drums, and shouted prayers, all meant to startle the dragon into releasing its grip. So too elsewhere. Whether it was banging pots and pans, shooting arrows toward the sky, or chanting sacred words, the message was the same. Leave our sun and moon alone. Often, as if in answer to these earthly pleas, the light would return. Imagine the sigh of relief that spread through a village when the sun's warmth broke through the chill shadows again, or when the moon slowly emerged from darkness unscathed. In those moments, people truly felt that their cries and rituals had saved the world from a looming disaster. In parts of India and beyond, eclipses were also times for purification. People would refrain from eating or drinking while the sun or moon was dark, and afterward would bathe in sacred rivers or sprinkle holy water around their homes. They believed that during the eclipse, the normal order was upset, and food or water left exposed might be tainted by the darkness. Only once the sunlight or moonlight returned would normal life resume, often with prayers of gratitude and cleansing rituals to wash away any lingering shadow. Yet not all eclipse lore was about battles in the sky. Sometimes an eclipse was seen as a grave omen or a message from the heavens. The sudden darkness could signal that the gods were angry or mourning. In the great Inca Empire, a solar eclipse was believed to mean their mighty sun god Inti had fallen into sorrow or wrath. Priests would urgently seek the cause of his displeasure, offering prayers, fasting, or even sacrifices to calm the divine fury and bring back the light. Elsewhere, an eclipse might foreshadow disaster, a king's fall, a looming war, some upheaval in the natural order. In ancient Greece, armies sometimes paused their battles if the sun grew dark at midday, fearing that the gods were warning them to stop. One famous tale tells of two warring kingdoms that laid down their weapons entirely when an eclipse turned the sky black, convinced that the heavens demanded peace. Kings and commoners alike looked upon a midday darkness with dread, wondering what cosmic imbalance the eclipse foretold and how they might set things right again. Not every culture met an eclipse with fear and noise. Some saw it as a call for human harmony instead. One West African legend tells that an eclipse happens because the sun and moon are fighting, mirroring quarrels among people on the ground. During such a darkening, the village would pause all conflict at once. Elders taught that the sky's discord was a sign for everyone to reconcile with their neighbours. As the sun and moon struggled overhead, families and friends down below hurried to make peace, to embrace and forgive. Only when harmony was restored among humans would the celestial companions stop fighting as well. Soon the darkness would lift and daylight returned. A gentle reminder that balance between people could heal even a rift in the heavens. With the sun and moon guiding the balance of day and night, one might think those two lights were all that mattered in the sky. But there were other travellers up there, lesser lights that did not hold fixed positions like the countless stars. Anyone who watched the heavens carefully would notice a few bright points slowly roaming from night to night against the starry backdrop. These were the wandering stars, the planets, so called, because unlike the loyal stars, they moved on their own mysterious paths. To ancient eyes, these wandering lights were alive with meaning. They too were given identities and stories, seen as gods striding through the heavens and subtly affecting the world below. Envision now a scholar of old Babylon standing atop a tall ziggurat under the stars. In the stillness of midnight, he charts the position of a wandering point of light, Jupiter, against a background of constellations. He notes the planet's slow progress on a clay tablet, aware that this kingly star's movements could augur events for the empire. At that same time, far out in the countryside, a farmer gazes at dazzling Venus hanging low in the twilight and takes comfort. When Venus shines so bright in the west, it usually means fair weather for the next day's journey. And perhaps in Rome, a statesman glances up at reddish Mars near the moon and feels a slight unease, recalling that Mars is the harbinger of conflict. Across cultures, people of every rank quietly consulted these wandering stars, hoping to glean a hint of the future or an unseen order behind earthly chaos. Thousands of years ago in Mesopotamia, temple astrologers tracked these planetary wanderers and saw in them the hands of the gods moving across the sky. The Babylonians linked each visible planet with one of their great deities. The reddish light of Mars was Nergal, a fierce god of war and plague, roaming the heavens with ominous intent. Golden Venus, brightest of all, was Ishtar, goddess of love and desire, shining seductively at dusk and dawn so bright that at times it was visible even in daylight and capable of casting a faint shadow at night. Jupiter, slow-moving and majestic, became Marduk, king of the gods, calmly surveying the cosmic order. Tiny, quicksilver Mercury was Nabu, patron of wisdom, swift-footed messenger of the skies. And Saturn, farthest and faint, was Ninurta, a venerable god of harvest and time, its slow pace a reflection of patience and age. The sky watchers observed that Jupiter took nearly 12 years to complete a grand loop through the constellations, a regal, measured pace befitting its role as Marduk's star, and that Saturn took even longer, almost 30 years to return to the same place, making it a symbol of enduring time and age. By mapping the dance of these celestial deities, Babylonian priests believed they could divine the fates of kingdoms. Centuries later, the Greeks and Romans adopted these wandering stars and named them for their own gods, a tradition that survives in the planetary names we use to this day. They saw a tiny, quick-moving light near the sun and likened it to Hermes, Mercury, the fleet-footed messenger of Olympus. The radiant evening star they honoured as Aphrodite's star, Venus, goddess of love and beauty. Fiery red Mars carried the name of Ares, their god of war, its blood-like hue an ill omen on the battlefield. The grandest planet became Zeus's star, called Jupiter, after the thunderbolt-wielding king of the heavens. And the far slow mover was named for old Kronos, Saturn, father of Zeus, a celestial elder presiding over time itself. Each of these planets, the ancients believed, cast its own subtle spell over human lives, stirring passions or conflicts, granting fortune or wisdom depending on its heavenly character. Beyond the Mediterranean world, other cultures developed their own cosmic interpretations. In imperial China, the 5 chief planets were known by elemental names: the metal star, Venus; the wood star, Jupiter; the water star, Mercury; the fire star, Mars; and the earth star, Saturn. Rather than personified gods, these were seen as agents of yin and yang, and the 5 elemental forces that keep nature in balance. Court astrologers monitored their alignments carefully. The movement of Mars, the fire star, for example, was thought to portend unrest or war, while the gentle appearance of Venus, the metal star, could herald times of harmony. Each planet's behavior in the night sky was like a subtle message about the health of the kingdom, reflecting harmony or imbalance in the realm. In India, the wandering stars were known as the Navagraha, 9 celestial influences that include the sun, moon, and the 5 visible planets, plus 2 mystical eclipse nodes, Rahu and Ketu. Hindu astronomer priests regarded each graha as a deity with distinct character. Beneficent Jupiter, known as Brihaspati, brought wisdom and good counsel, while stern Saturn, Shani, tested souls with challenges and delay. Mars, Mangala, was hot-blooded and impulsive. Venus, Shukra, was artistic and sensual. Mercury, Buddha, was clever and quick. To this day, Indian temples feature shrines to these planetary deities, where devotees offer oil to soothe Saturn's harsh gaze, or light lamps to invite Venus's blessings. The belief that the planets directly affect human fortune, for good or ill, runs deep, a thread of ancient Vedic lore that still winds through modern astrology. Across the ocean, the Maya civilization of Central America developed an extraordinary passion for one planet in particular, Venus. They tracked Venus's movements with astonishing precision, weaving its cycle into their calendars and rituals. To Maya astronomer priests, the first reappearance of Venus as the morning star after the sun's glare signaled the time to wage war or crown a new king, while its transition to evening star marked a time for reflection, peace, or sacrifices to appease the gods. The planet was associated with their feathered serpent deity, known as Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl, and each heliacal rising of Venus was thought to carry this god's influence. Imagine those ancient sky watchers at their stone observatories, patiently counting the days until that brilliant spark flickered again at dawn, believing it brought divine guidance for the affairs of Earth. Thus, the wandering planets became like a cosmic orchestra, playing softly in the night, each a distinct instrument guided by an unseen hand. To those gazing up from Earth, their slow, steady motions were whispers of fate. In each glittering point of light, whether named for a war god or a love goddess, people found a connection between heaven and earth. These planets were celestial messengers, presiding silently over births and battles, harvests and journeys, their positions woven into the fabric of myth and meaning that guided ancient lives. Indeed, the legacy of those 7 classical wanderers still lingers today. In many languages, the days of the week bear the names of the sun, the moon, and 5 planets, a quiet echo of the time when each day was thought to be ruled by a celestial god. High above the paths of the wandering planets lies the vast backdrop of the fixed stars, an endless glittering canvas on which human imagination painted its grandest pictures. If one stares long enough at a sky full of stars, patterns seem to form among them, like a cosmic connect the dots. A crooked line of bright stars might become a great bear lumbering across the heavens, while a cluster of sparkles on the southern horizon might be seen as a proud hunter drawing a bow. On a clear night in ages past, imagine a group of children clustered around a crackling fire while an elder points toward the sky. She traces a line from one star to another with her finger, drawing an invisible picture on the darkness. In a hushed voice, she tells the children to see the shape of a great hunter up there, and they squint and giggle as the pattern gradually appears in their minds. She then arcs her hand to a different cluster and describes a giant fishhook catching the moon, or maybe a mighty dragon stretching across the heavens. The children, eyes wide with wonder, follow along until they too can pick out the forms. In this way, the night becomes a storybook, each constellation a page, each star a word in the tale. As the flames cast dancing shadows, the stories sink into young hearts, ensuring that the maps of the sky and the lessons they carry will never be forgotten. Interestingly, different cultures often connected these stellar dots in their own unique ways. What one group perceived as a great bear in the sky, another might see as a long-tailed fish or a bushel of grain. The 7 bright stars we call the Big Dipper were seen as a celestial drinking gourd by some, as a plough by others, and as the hind leg of a great ox in yet another tradition. A pattern that looked like a scorpion to the ancient Greeks appeared as a graceful fishhook to the people of Polynesia. Each society peopled the night sky with characters from its own stories and surroundings, turning the canopy of stars into a familiar map of their culture's hopes and history. All around the world, people looked up and traced outlines in the stellar scatter, finding figures of heroes, animals, and gods shining down from the darkness. 12 special constellations formed a belt across the sky, through which the sun, moon, and planets travelled. A celestial zodiac, each sign with its own tale. And beyond this zodiac belt were countless other star pictures. Serpents and dragons, great ships and giant scorpions, entire epics unfolding quietly in the night. For countless generations, the stars were also guides and calendars. The rising of certain star clusters signaled the time to plant or harvest crops. Travelers and sailors learned to navigate by the stars, following the steady glow of the North Star or the seasonal positions of constellations as cosmic signposts on land and sea. A knowledge of the heavens could mean the difference between a safe journey and a lost one. And so the myths of the constellations served a double purpose. They were not only entertaining tales, but also mnemonic maps of the sky, making it easier to remember which stars rose when and where. In weaving these cosmic tales, our ancestors were also reaching for comfort and understanding. The night sky could be overwhelming in its vastness, countless points of light scattered across eternity. But by naming them, by imagining gods and heroes among them, people found familiarity in the unknown. Telling stories about the sun, moon, planets, and stars made the universe feel less cold and random. It became a grand tapestry into which human lives were woven. The patterns above reflected the patterns below. Each sunrise reaffirmed the idea of rebirth and hope. Each monthly lunar cycle taught of change and return. Each planetary wandering hinted that even the gods took their strolls. And each constellation shone with a lesson from ancient times. In this way, the sky was not just a roof over the world. It was a canvas of meaning, a source of guidance and comfort, reminding every observer under it that they were part of a much larger story. Every constellation carried a story, a lesson, or a memory, twinkling overhead to remind those below of legendary ancestors, mighty deeds, and cautionary tales. Under that map of stars, no night was ever truly dark or lonely. It was alive with the echoes of ancient adventures drawn in light. As we journey further into the mythic cosmos, we find ourselves in a universe built of layers. Ancient storytellers often imagined reality as a series of realms stacked above and below the world we know. The everyday Earth where people lived was not the only stage of existence. Far overhead, beyond the clouds or the dome of the sky, lay heavenly domains inhabited by divine beings and ancestral spirits. Deep beneath the soil, or beyond a distant horizon, there were shadowy underworlds, mysterious places where the sun's light never reached and the souls of the departed might dwell. On a clear night long ago, someone might stand in an open field and gaze upward. Above, a band of the Milky Way stretches like a glowing river across the sky. Below their feet, the ground feels solid, yet mysterious. They know it hides roots, caves, and the bones of ancestors. In that moment, it is easy to sense that there are unseen worlds in both directions, one above in the sparkling darkness, and one below, down in the quiet earth. The sky feels like a vast ceiling to the world, and the land like a floor that could open into hidden depths. To ancient minds, these realms above and below were not distant abstractions, but active parts of the world's design. What happened above often echoed below. A fierce storm in the sky might be seen as the quarrel of gods, its thunder reverberating in human affairs. A spring that bubbled from the earth could be a portal to the nether realm, hinting at hidden life below ground. The cosmos was envisioned as a grand 3-story house, the lofty heavens as an upper floor of light and spirit, the surface world as a middle dwelling of living people, and the underworld as a secret cellar where the departed took up residence. Across different cultures, these layered realms took on vivid forms. To the ancient Greeks, the sky was the realm of Zeus and his fellow gods, shining high above Mount Olympus. Far below, under the earth, stretched the kingdom of Hades, where the souls of the dead drifted among asphodel fields in a twilight existence. The world of the living lay precariously between, influenced by both the capricious heavens and the silent underworld. In Mesopotamian lore, the pattern was similar. Anu ruled the heavens above. Mortal life played out on the plains of earth, and beneath lay a shadowy land of no return, overseen by somber deities who kept the dead in their domain. The Egyptians, too, perceived existence in tears. For them, the sky was a goddess named Nut, her body arched protectively above the earth, god Geb. Each dawn, the sun god Ra was reborn and sailed across Nut's belly, bringing daylight. Each dusk he descended beneath the horizon and entered the Duat, the mysterious underworld. Through the long night, Ra navigated this realm of spirits and dangers, only to emerge reborn at sunrise. In this way, every single day was a journey connecting the heavens and the underworld, with the earth caught in between. The cycle of day and night itself, a constant reminder of realms above and below, trading places in cosmic rhythm. In early Chinese cosmology, the universe was also stratified into heaven, earth, and an unseen realm beneath. Heaven, or Tian, was a guiding force of order and justice high above. Emperors claimed the mandate of heaven, implying their rule on earth was sanctioned from the skies. Thunder, wind, and celestial signs were seen as heaven's messages to the world below. Meanwhile, beneath the earth lay a shadowy underworld sometimes called the Yellow Springs, where the souls of the departed slowly drifted. Life's harmony depended on balance between the realms. If earthly rulers faltered, heaven would respond with omens, and ancestral spirits below would stir, indicating a fracture in the natural order connecting all three layers. This vision of layered reality was not limited to great civilizations. In far-flung tribal traditions and shamanic lore, the cosmos also unfolded in vertical stages. Many Native American stories speak of a sky world above this one, a place of powerful spirits, or even ancestral people, and of an underworld or water world below. In one tale, a woman falls from the sky realm and lands on the back of a giant turtle, giving rise to the earth we inhabit. In another, shamans ascend through clouds in trance to consult sky spirits, or dive into deep caves to find wisdom in the underrealm. Whether in a grassland teepee or a polar igloo, people felt the presence of worlds above their heads and worlds beneath their feet. The Norse myths expanded this idea of a vertical cosmos into a grand map of 9 worlds. High among the branches of a cosmic ash tree lay Asgard, realm of the Aesir gods, where Odin and his kin gazed down on creation. At the tree's base was Helheim, the misty abode of the dead who did not die in battle, watched over by the goddess Hel. Between these extremes lay Midgard, the human world, along with other mystical lands of elves, giants, and dwarves. Each world was distinct, yet all were stacked in layers and linked together, painting a universe teeming with life in every tier. And in some traditions, the count of realms went even higher. Indian cosmologies spoke of 7 heavens above our earth and 7 underworlds below, each populated with its own beings and wonders. With such a stratified universe, the question naturally arose: how were these realms joined together? Ancient peoples imagined cosmic pillars or pathways that could bridge the vertical divide. They spoke of sacred mountains that touched the sky, or colossal trees that rooted in the underworld and stretched their crowns into heaven. These symbols of connection reassured them that the cosmos, though divided into high, middle, and low realms, was ultimately one great whole. To travel or communicate between above and below, one might climb such a mountain in spirit, or wander along the branches of a divine tree. These ideas of connection beckon us onward, deeper into the mythic landscape. For those who told these tales, an ordered cosmos brought comfort in a bewildering world. If the universe was structured in layers, with heaven above and an underworld below, then everything had its place and purpose. The sky was not empty chaos, but a home for divinity and hope. The underworld was not merely a terrifying void, but a necessary realm where ancestors went, completing the circle of life. By envisioning realms above and below, ancient people turned the unknown into a cosmic house with multiple floors. They could look upward and sense guiding forces watching over them, and look downward, knowing where the souls of the departed resided. In this way, every direction brimmed with meaning. The entire universe, seen and unseen, became a grand tapestry, with each layer connected to the others. Humanity could find its place in this vast design and even imagine pathways, be they mountains, trees, or rainbows, to wander beyond the horizon of the everyday. It made the cosmos feel intimate and purposeful, a reassuring design amid mystery. We turn our attention to the solitary peaks that rise where Earth meets sky. Across the world, people looked up at towering mountains and felt they were natural ladders to the heavens. In those heights, thin air and swirling mists created a sense of otherworldly presence. It was easy to believe that on some distant summit, one might step directly into the realm of the gods. A sacred mountain, in many myths, stands at the center of the world, an axis where the divine can descend and mortals can ascend. Imagine yourself climbing one of these sacred peaks in a bygone age. You set out at dawn, following a narrow path that winds upward. As you climb higher, the air turns crisp and thin, carrying the scent of stone and cloud. Villages and fields below become tiny patches of color. By noon, you have ascended above the tree line. Only lichen and wind accompany your steps. Clouds gather around the slope, and at moments you walk through their mist, feeling the sky itself wrap around you. Finally, near sunset, you reach the summit. The world lies far beneath, spread out in silence. Above you, the sky is vast and close, tinged with evening light. Standing on that lonely peak, it's easy to feel that the boundary between earth and heaven has thinned. In the stillness, you might sense a presence, a hint of the divine, just beyond the next wisps of cloud. Little wonder so many cultures imagined their gods dwelling on mountaintops. Up here, one truly feels at the doorstep of the sacred. One ancient legend paints a vivid picture of such a cosmic peak. In the Epic of Gilgamesh from Mesopotamia, the hero ventures to the ends of the earth in search of wisdom and immortality. There, he finds the twin mountains of Mashu, whose peaks are said to support the heavens themselves and whose roots reach down into the underworld. At the entrance to these mountains stand fearsome guardians, scorpion men, who challenge all travellers. Gilgamesh, determined and of partly divine blood, is allowed to pass. He journeys through a tunnel within the mountain, enveloped in total darkness for days, moving where even the sun travels when it sets. Finally, he emerges into a wondrous garden of light on the far side, a place of the gods. This passage through Mount Mashu is a journey between worlds, from the mortal realm into the dwelling of immortals, all made possible by the mountain that bridges the sky above and the darkness below. Many cultures identified specific mountains as the abodes of gods. The Greeks pointed to Mount Olympus, whose snowy peak vanished into the clouds, believing it to be the gathering place of Zeus and the Pantheon. There, far above the cares of mortals, the gods feasted and watched over the world. In the high Himalayas, Mount Kailash is held sacred as well. Legend says it is the throne of Shiva, where the great lord of destruction and transformation sits in eternal meditation. The mountain's slopes are so holy that pilgrims circle its base rather than climb it, out of reverence. In distant East Asia, myths tell of Mount Kunlun, a heavenly mountain paradise where divine beings dwell and magical peach trees grant eternal life. Over and over, the loftiest points of earth were imagined as touching the frontier of heaven, natural temples not built by human hands. Perhaps the grandest of all sacred mountains is Mount Meru, envisioned in Indian traditions as the center of the entire universe. This cosmic peak, often described as gleaming with gold, reaches unfathomable heights. It is said that the sun and moon themselves circle around Meru like horses around a post, illuminating its faces in turn. Atop Meru lies the exalted realm of the gods. Some stories place the throne of Indra, king of the heavens, upon its summit. Along its slopes are tiered heavens, where lesser deities reside, and at its base, deep below, lie the realms of demons or serpents. All the continents of the world stretch outward from Meru's foothills, encircled by cosmic oceans. In Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, this single mountain binds the cosmos together, a sacred axis that holds the heavens aloft and keeps the underworld below in balance. Not every land was blessed with towering peaks, but that did not stop people from seeking high places. On the flat plains of Mesopotamia, humans built their own sacred mountains, the ziggurats. These stepped pyramid temples rose in terraces toward the clouds, each level smaller than the one below, guiding one's gaze ever upward. At the summit of a ziggurat sat a shrine dedicated to a god, as if the structure were offering a staircase for the deity to descend from the heavens. One famous example was the Great Ziggurat of Babylon, said to reach so high that it astonished all who saw it. Its very name meant the foundation of heaven and earth. Even the Bible tells of a Tower of Babel, a human-made mountain aiming to pierce the sky. That tale ends with the tower's downfall, a caution about hubris, yet it reflects a universal longing. It shows the hope that by standing on a lofty summit, humanity might brush the doorstep of heaven. In some creation tales, mountains are not merely bridges, but pillars holding up the very sky. It is said that once heaven and earth were inseparable, locked in a tight embrace, until a powerful being forced them apart. In one Chinese legend, the goddess Nuwa repaired the cracked heavens and set a giant turtle's legs at the four corners of the earth to uphold the sky. In other cultures, people imagined four sacred mountains marking the cardinal directions, their peaks serving as cosmic posts to bear the weight of heaven's dome. These stories cast mountains as the essential support of creation. Without them, the firmament itself might collapse and reunite with the ground. High elevations also promised wisdom or communion with the divine. In the Bible, Moses climbs Mount Sinai, and there, amid cloud and thunder, he hears the voice of God and receives sacred laws. Such stories highlight the belief that atop a mountain, one is removed from the mundane world and closer to the source of truth. In many traditions, hermits and prophets choose mountain caves or peaks for meditation, seeking visions in the silence above human habitation. The mountain, in its stillness and solitude, became a natural cathedral, a place where heaven's voice might be heard more clearly. Not every culture fixated on a mountain as the cosmic axis. In lush forests or endless plains, another symbol rose tall to unite the worlds: a great tree. A colossal, ancient tree could serve as a living bridge, its roots drinking from the underworld, and its highest limbs brushing the gates of heaven. In many myths, the great world tree became a vibrant counterpart to the sacred mountain, a living axis binding together the fabric of the cosmos. Whether in the myths of gods atop Olympus, or the personal quest of a pilgrim scaling a holy peak, the sacred mountain reflects a deep human yearning to reach the divine. These towering heights, rising out of the common earth and disappearing into the clouds, became natural temples in the human imagination. To climb such a mountain was to leave the mundane world step by step and approach a rarefied, holy space above. No doubt our ancestors gazed at distant summits glowing in the sun and felt that there, earth met heaven. In a sense, every culture's cosmic mountain reminded people that the loftiest truths might be attained if one ascended high enough, if not physically, then spiritually. Even in the present time, high places carry an aura of awe. On a mountaintop today, one can feel the world spread out below and the sky pressing close. And in that vast silence, it's easy to sense something sacred nearby. By placing their gods on peaks and telling of heroes who braved thin air and thunder to reach them, ancient people affirmed the idea that the divine dwells above us, yet is reachable, if one has the courage and faith to climb. Where stone and mountain are static and eternal, the image of a tree brings a living, growing axis to the cosmos. The great world tree, or tree of life, appears in myths around the globe as a symbol of connection, nourishment, and balance. Unlike cold rock, this cosmic tree is alive. Its roots burrow deep into the soil of the underworld, drawing up the waters of life. Its trunk stands firm upon the earth, and its branches spread into the sky, crowned with stars. Through this single living pillar, all the levels of existence are bound together. In the gentle whisper of its leaves and the sturdy reach of its limbs, people sensed a bridge between the worlds that was organic and ever-renewing. Norse mythology offers one of the most detailed portraits of the world tree. They call it Yggdrasil, an immense ash tree that stands at the center of creation. Its branches soar into the high heavens, and its 3 great roots extend to far-flung realms. One root reaches into Asgard, the abode of the gods, near a sacred spring where the gods hold council. Another root winds down to the well of wisdom, guarded by an ancient sage, and a third stretches into the misty underworld of hell. Around Yggdrasil lie the 9 worlds of the Norse cosmos, each nestled in its shelter, realms of gods, humans, giants, elves, and the dead, all interconnected by the tree's vitality. Within the boughs of Yggdrasil lives a whole community of creatures that animate the connection between realms. A mighty eagle is said to perch at the very top, gazing out over all worlds with keen eyes. Far below, coiled among the roots, the great serpent dragon Nidhogg gnaws at the tree's base. The eagle and the dragon are opposites, sky and underworld personified. In between them scampers a little squirrel named Ratatosk, running up and down the trunk carrying messages, and some say playful insults, back and forth. This vivid image carries a profound idea. Even the highest and lowest realms remain in communication through the living tree. Every rustle of Yggdrasil's leaves and every creak of its ancient wood echoes through all of existence. It is said that when the world tree trembles, that tremor is felt in every realm. A disturbance at one end of creation travels along its trunk to the other end, binding gods and mortals in the same fate. Far to the west in Mesoamerica, the Maya and other cultures also spoke of a colossal world tree at the universe's heart. They imagined it as a great saber tree, its roots delving into the Maya underworld known as Xibalba, and its highest leaves brushing the dwelling of the celestial gods. The massive trunk stood here in our middle world, an axis tying together all levels of existence. Maya artists often depicted this sacred tree with vivid detail. Its roots extended into the dark waters of the underworld, sometimes shown resting on a great crocodile or serpent that dwelt below. Its branches, meanwhile, spread out to support the heavens, and bright birds were drawn perched among the leaves, perhaps representing ancestral souls or gods in the sky. The world tree's power radiated in all directions. In fact, 4 great trees were said to stand at the cardinal points of the compass, each with a different hue, upholding the sky from the east, west, north, and south. At the very center, stood the central ceiba itself, ensuring that life and sacred energy flowed freely between the underworld, the earth, and the heavens. To the Maya, as to many peoples, a tree provides food, shade, and the very air we breathe. What better symbol for the universe, which nourishes and shelters all beings? Even the creation stories of North America feature a cosmic tree at their heart. The Iroquois people tell of a great tree in the sky world, a heavenly realm above our own. This tree glowed with its own light and bore every kind of fruit and flower. One day, out of curiosity or destiny, the tree was uprooted. In the hole it left, a woman, known as Sky Woman, fell through the sky. Clutching seeds from the celestial tree, she plummeted toward an endless ocean that covered the world below. The animals of the sea saw her falling and rushed to help. A giant turtle rose up from the waters, allowing her to land safely on its shell. On this new land, which became known as Turtle Island, Sky Woman planted the seeds she had brought from heaven. They sprouted into the grasses, trees, and crops of the earth. Thus, life on our world began with a woman from the sky and the essence of a divine tree, a gentle fable in which heaven's gift takes root in the earth. The motif of a world-reaching tree is not limited to formal cosmologies. It finds expression in humble rites and folktales too. In Siberia and Central Asia, for example, shamans conducting ceremonies will often climb a tall pole or tree in their trance visions, stopping at notches or branches that represent the many layers of heaven. Each step upward becomes a journey farther from the earthly plane and closer to the realm of spirits. In parts of Europe, the old tradition of the maypole, dancing around a tall, decorated pole, may echo the symbolism of the world tree, bringing the community together around an axis of life. And in countless folk stories, there comes a memory of the cosmic tree. A hero might scale a gigantic vine or beanstalk, passing through clouds to discover a castle of giants or a celestial kingdom overhead. These varied echoes across cultures suggest a common human dream, that a secret ladder or living bridge connects earth and sky. Through the graceful growth of a tree, or anything that serves for one, people imagined they might ascend to find wisdom above, or descend to seek understanding below. Yet for all these grand, solid connectors, mountains of stone and pillars of wood, there are also stories of more fleeting pathways between realms, where a tree or mountain stands fixed at the cosmic center. Other myths speak of roads that appear when needed, a rainbow arching brightly after a storm, a bridge of light spanning earth and sky, or a narrow rope that souls must carefully cross. These are the bridges and hidden routes between worlds, often guarded or accessible only to the worthy. With hearts full of wonder and a touch of caution, ancient storytellers also explored these transient links that allow travel from one realm to another. If the sacred mountain was like a stairway built of earth, the world tree was a living bridge. This concept gave the cosmos not just structure, but life and soul. A tree grows and changes with the seasons, hinting at cycles of renewal. By picturing an immense tree binding together heaven, earth, and the underworld, people imagined all of creation as one living organism. They might have looked at a great oak or cedar and felt that in its vast network of roots and branches lay a microcosm of the universe itself. The roots reaching into hidden soil and water were like the underworld. The sturdy trunk belonged to the everyday earth. The lofty crown touched the high sky. The world tree thus symbolized wisdom, its rings quietly recording the ages. Nourishment, its fruit, wood, and shelter, sustaining countless lives. And connectivity, its unseen roots and skyward branches forming living links between every realm. Sitting under the shade of an ancient tree, one could feel protected by something that endures through generations. It's little wonder that so many cultures across the world shared the image of a cosmic tree. Perhaps deep down, people sense the unity of all things, as if all beings grow from the same roots and reach toward the same sky. The Great World Tree offered an organic model of the universe, a reminder that from the lowest depths to the highest heights, all existence is interwoven like the branches of a mighty tree. All these mythic bridges, ladders, and secret portals reflect a hopeful idea that no realm is completely beyond reach. There is comfort in the notion that, given the right moment or divine help, one might travel beyond the ordinary boundaries. A rainbow after a storm, for example, suggested that earth and heaven were still in touch, a bridge of colours to assure us the gods remembered mankind. A hero's tale of braving a narrow path to retrieve a loved one from death offered the solace that love could transcend even the grave, if only in a story. These accounts of crossings between worlds speak to a basic human longing, to know what lies beyond our sight, and to not be forever separated from the divine or from those we have lost. The imagination in these myths built bridges where feet could not tread, forging connections through symbol and dream. Hearing of a great glowing arch in the sky, or a hidden doorway in a hillside, listeners in ancient times might have felt the walls between worlds grow thinner for a moment. In a dangerous, unpredictable world, such tales reassured them that the cosmos had pathways and patterns, that the living were not completely cut off from the sacred, nor the dead wholly gone. There was always, somewhere, a bridge, a road, a slender thread between here and there. And along that thread travelled a precious thing, hope. Yet beyond all these wonders, one final journey still awaited every soul, the descent into the underworld, the mysterious realm of the dead. Envision for a moment that you are about to step into the underworld. You find an entrance in a secluded cave at twilight. With only a torch in hand, you descend a winding path leading ever deeper below the earth. The air grows cool and unmoving. The last echoes of the living world fade behind you. Finally, the narrow tunnel opens into a vast cavern. A dim grey landscape stretches out before you, lit by a glow that is neither day nor night, but something in between. You hear the distant trickle of water, perhaps an underground river, and feel a faint, chill breeze on your skin. Shapes begin to emerge from the gloom. Pale, silent figures drift by, as if lost in a dream. These are the souls of those who have passed on. They scarcely notice you, each absorbed in their own quiet wandering. You step carefully among them, and your footfalls make no sound on the ashen ground. In the distance, across a great dark expanse, you glimpse a soft illumination, perhaps a distant garden, or a pale city where some gentler light resides in this twilight realm. But between you and that far-off glow lies a broad, black river, its waters unmoving and cold. Out of its mist comes a lone boat, guided by a hooded ferryman, silently beckoning you to board. You have reached the first barrier of the underworld. Beyond that river lies the heart of the kingdom of the dead. In Greek mythology, this shadowy land of the dead is called Hades, after its king. Hades, the god, and his queen Persephone preside over a vast, sunless realm beneath the earth. Here, the spirits of the departed, the shades, drift among grey fields of asphodel flowers. Most remember little of their former lives. They lead a quiet, almost dreamlike existence, without pain or great joy. Yet Hades' realm is not uniform. In one region lie the Elysian fields, a paradise of soft breezes, sunlight, and green meadows reserved for heroes and the righteous few. By contrast, far below, in a murky abyss, is Tartarus, a prison of torment where the most wicked souls or defeated titans suffer endless punishment for their misdeeds. According to legend, upon arriving in Hades, every soul is judged by three venerable kings of old, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, who decide where the soul belongs. A great wall and gate mark the entrance to this underworld, and at that threshold stands Cerberus, the giant three-headed dog who lets the dead enter, but ensures that none try to escape. Deep inside the realm rises Hades' dark palace. There, on an ebony throne, the Lord of the Dead keeps a stern but not unjust watch over his subjects. Even this somber kingdom holds a subtle promise of renewal. For part of each year, Queen Persephone is allowed to return to the upper world, bringing springtime and blossom in her wake. When she must descend again to her throne beside Hades, the world above falls into winter's gloom. In this way, the Greeks tied the cycle of the seasons to the rhythms of the underworld, hinting that even in death's domain there sleeps the seed of rebirth. Among the mortals in Greek lore who dared to venture into Hades and hoped to return was Orpheus, the legendary musician. When his beloved wife Eurydice died of a serpent's bite, Orpheus was overcome with grief. He resolved to retrieve her from the underworld itself. Armed only with his lyre and his aching heart, he found a secret path down into Hades. As Orpheus wandered through those dim halls, he played music so mournful and beautiful that even the shades paused in their sorrow to listen. Persephone and Hades themselves were moved by his melody and tears. They agreed to allow Eurydice to follow Orpheus back to the living world on one condition. He must not look back at her until both had emerged under the sun. Thus, Orpheus began to lead his wife upward, through the long tunnels and steep paths toward the daylight above. In silence they climbed, Eurydice's steps soundless behind him. At last, a glimmer of the surface appeared ahead. Orpheus, anxious and yearning to see his wife, was overcome by a sudden doubt. What if she wasn't there? He glanced over his shoulder to reassure himself. In that instant, he saw Eurydice's spirit behind him, and watched as she began to fade, drawn sorrowfully back into the darkness. Orpheus had broken the one rule, and in doing so, lost her a second time. This time, forever. His song of triumph turned to a lament. The tale of Orpheus is poignant. It shows the power of love and music to soften even death. Yet it also reminds us how fragile human trust can be. It reinforced the hard lesson that the underworld does not easily let go of its own, and that a prize won from fate can be lost in a single moment of doubt. In ancient Egyptian belief, the land of the dead was called the Duat. Unlike the grey stillness of Hades, the Duat was a realm of journey and trial. When someone died, their soul embarked on a perilous voyage through this underworld each night. The Duat was envisioned as a series of gates, caverns, and strange landscapes the soul must traverse. Even the sun god Ra was believed to sail through the Duat after dusk. Each midnight, Ra's boat, travelled the underground river, confronting serpents and demons of chaos, only to emerge reborn at sunrise. Human souls hoped to follow a similar path of transformation. Guided by prayers and spells from the Book of the Dead, often buried with them, the deceased would face many challenges in the duat. The climax of this journey was the Hall of Ma'at, where the soul underwent final judgment. Here the person's heart was placed on a great scale and weighed against the feather of Ma'at, symbol of truth and justice, in the presence of Osiris, Lord of the Dead, and 42 divine judges. If the heart proved as light as the feather, meaning a virtuous life, the scales balanced and the soul was declared true of voice. Such a worthy soul was welcomed into the field of reeds, a heavenly paradise mirroring the Nile's fertile fields. There, one could reunite with family and enjoy eternal contentment among lush gardens, just as in life, but without pain or grief. However, if the heart was heavy with wrongdoing, the scale tipped against the soul. In that case, a waiting demon, the fearsome Amit, part crocodile, part lion, and part hippo, devoured the heart. With its heart gone, the soul was annihilated, ceasing to exist entirely. For the Egyptians, then, the underworld was a passage that could lead to a blessed eternity if one lived rightly. It was not merely a place of punishment, but a realm of testing and renewal. They filled their tombs with food, tools, and protective amulets, as if packing for a long journey, trusting that these provisions would help the soul navigate the trials of the duat and emerge on the other side into everlasting life. In ancient Mesopotamia, the underworld was portrayed in unyieldingly bleak terms. The Sumerians called it the land of no return. All who died, whether kings or peasants, were believed to end up in this dim realm beneath the earth. They named it sometimes the House of Dust, where souls wandered in perpetual twilight, clothed in wisps of shadow. In those tales, the dead eat scraps of clay and dust for eternity. No bright paradise awaited anyone, but neither were most souls tortured. Instead, a dull, forgetful existence stretched on under the rule of the stern goddess Ereshkigal, queen of the great below. One haunting myth tells of the goddess Inanna, known later as Ishtar, and her fateful descent into this underworld. Inanna, the goddess of love and life, decided to visit her sister Ereshkigal's kingdom, perhaps out of pride or curiosity. Adorned in her finest jewels and regal garments, she approached the 7-gated entrance to the great below with royal confidence. At the first gate, the gatekeeper halted her and demanded she remove her shining crown if she wished to enter. Though taken aback, Inanna yielded her crown to continue. At the second gate, she was made to surrender her earrings. At the third, her necklace. With each gate, another piece of her splendor was stripped away. Her bangles at the fourth, her rings at the fifth, her breastplate at the sixth, and finally, her royal robe at the seventh. By the time Inanna passed the 7th gate, she stood utterly naked. Layer by layer, her power and pride had been peeled away. Thus exposed and humbled, the once proud goddess entered her sister's hall. Queen Ereshkigal of the dead was not pleased to see Inanna intruding in her domain. In a furious rage, Ereshkigal struck down the living goddess where she stood. She then hung Inanna's lifeless body on a hook on the wall, a grim trophy in the house of the dead. At that moment, back in the world above, a great stillness fell. With Inanna, the essence of fertility and love, trapped in the underworld, nothing new could come into being on earth. No children were conceived, no crops grew, and joy vanished from the land. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, teetering on the edge of desolation. The other gods realized that without Inanna, life on Earth would wither away completely. They knew someone had to retrieve her from Ereshkigal's clutches. The gods crafted a plan and created two tiny, clever beings as their emissaries. These small creatures slipped under the underworld's gates unnoticed. In the darkness, they found Inanna's corpse hanging on the wall. They gently sprinkled her with the food and water of life, gifts the gods had given them. Slowly, Inanna's body warmed and moved. She was resurrected by their care. Ereshkigal had no choice but to allow her revived sister to depart. The balance of the world depended on it. However, a law of the underworld demanded that Inanna send another soul in her place. Later, Inanna chose her own husband, who had not mourned her absence, to go down and dwell in the underworld in exchange. Inanna ascended back through the 7 gates, reclaiming her clothes and jewels at each step. With her return to the Earth's surface, the natural order was restored. Babies' cries were heard again, plants sprouted green from the soil, and the cycle of seasons resumed. In Mesopotamia, this rare story of escape from the land of no return carried a clear message. If even a great goddess barely managed to leave, and only at a terrible cost, for mortal men and women, the underworld was truly a one-way voyage. It reinforced the inexorable finality of death, a fate that not even the boldest hero could overturn. In Norse mythology, those who died of sickness, old age, or other mundane causes would find themselves in a realm called Helheim, often simply Hel, named after its queen. This underworld lay far to the frigid north, a place of perpetual cold and mist behind towering gates. Hel, the goddess who ruled there, was a grim figure. According to lore, one half of her face and body looked like a living woman, while the other half looked like a corpse. She presided over the souls of the departed from her dark hall, receiving them into her cold domain. Life in Helheim was not one of burning torture, but rather endless monotony. It was a dim, cheerless place, where an ashen sky loomed and a biting chill never lifted. The dead there existed in a twilight state, wandering without purpose, their memories of the warm world above fading away. Only the very worst offenders, traitors, murderers, were said to suffer special torments. Perhaps in the deepest abyss, Nidhogger, the dragon, gnawed at their bodies. But for the majority, Helheim was simply a grey afterlife, devoid of joy or pain, a place of silence and shadow. Because Helheim was so bleak, the Norse hoped to avoid it. Warriors especially yearned for a different fate. Those who fell bravely in battle might be chosen by Odin's Valkyries to dwell in Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, or in Freya's meadow of the afterlife. Those places were imagined as bright and eternal feasts, a sharp contrast to Hel's realm. But the majority who died did go to Helheim, and once there, it was almost impossible to leave. A poignant Norse tale speaks to this finality: the death of the god Balder. After Balder was slain through trickery, his spirit travelled down to Hel. The gods, stricken with grief, desperately wanted to bring him back. They sent a herald to entreat Hel, the queen, for Balder's release. Hel agreed, but with a stern condition. Balder could return to life only if every single creature in the world wept genuine tears for him. At first it seemed that condition might be met. All things did weep. Gods, humans, animals, even the stones and trees shed tears for gentle Balder. All except one. A giantess lurking in a cave. In truth, the trickster Loki in disguise, some say, refused to cry, coldly saying, "Let Hel keep what she has." Because of that one dry eye, the bargain failed, and Balder remained in Hel's hall. This story shows how uncompromising the Norse underworld was. Even with the love of the whole world, death's decree could not be overturned when just one heart withheld sorrow. The gates of Hel's realm, once closed, would not readily open again. Many other cultures had their own intricate visions of the underworld. The Aztecs of ancient Mexico, for example, taught that most souls traveled after death to an underworld called Mictlan. To get there, a soul had to endure a treacherous journey lasting several years and spanning 9 perilous layers of existence. Along the way, they would cross a wide river, with only the aid of a loyal spirit dog to carry them, pass between 2 mountains that crashed together, and face gale-force winds filled with obsidian blades, among other ordeals. After overcoming all these trials, the weary soul finally reached Mictlan's deepest level. There, in the gloom, the Lord and Lady of the Dead, Mictlantecutli and Mictlantecuhtli, granted the spirit eternal rest. Mictlan was not a place of punishment exactly, but it was a long and difficult road to finally arrive at one's quietus. The Aztecs believed only certain privileged souls bypassed this fate. Warriors who died in battle, for instance, or women who died in childbirth, honoured as fallen warriors themselves, were thought to be carried instead to a bright paradise, a sunlit heaven to accompany the sun god, or a beautiful garden of the rain god. But for the great majority, Mictlan was the inevitable destination, a final journey through hardship to reach the peace that lies beyond life. Across cultures, the underworld was more than just a place of endings. It was an essential part of the cosmic balance. Just as winter and night eventually yield to spring and dawn, the sojourn in the land of the dead often carried the possibility of renewal or transformation. Myths of the underworld acknowledge that death is a great mystery, but not one devoid of meaning or connection to life. People told these stories to endure the pain of loss, to honour the memory of those gone, and to hold on to hope that after darkness there might be light again. We have now journeyed from the highest heavens to the deepest underworld, and seen how richly the ancients imagined the unseen parts of existence. Their universe was tiered and branching, full of hidden pathways, formidable guardians, trials, and consolations. Each culture's vision of the cosmos was unique, yet all shared the belief that reality stretched far beyond the visible world, upward into the starry unknown, and downward into the earth's secret heart. And still, our exploration of these mythic realms is not over. With every step, the wisdom of the ancients beckons us onward, deeper into the mystery and wonder of the cosmos as they understood it. For as long as humankind has watched the heavens, we have understood that life moves in cycles. In the slow turning of the year, ancient peoples felt a familiar rhythm, a heartbeat of the world itself. They saw how the sun's warmth faded and returned, how green summer wilted into barren winter, only to be reborn with the spring. This eternal return of the seasons became more than just a pattern. It became a story, a promise woven into the fabric of existence. Across the world, early storytellers personified the changing seasons as divine dramas. To them, nature's cycle was alive with meaning. They imagined beloved gods departing and returning, or spirits battling for the sky as the land grew cold, then warm again. In the hush of winter nights and the brightness of summer days, they heard the echoes of ancient myths guiding them through the year's circle. One of the most cherished tales comes from Greece, where the turn of the seasons was explained through the fate of a mother and daughter. On a gentle spring day, the young goddess Persephone was gathering wildflowers in a meadow when the earth suddenly split open. Out from the chasm surged Hades, lord of the underworld, who seized Persephone and swept her into his dark realm. The world above fell silent. Flowers withered in the fields, and a chill stole over the land, for Persephone's mother, Demeter, wandered the earth in despair, searching for her lost child. Demeter was the goddess of grain and growth, and in her grief, nothing could grow. Fields lay barren under a pall of unending autumn. Humankind began to starve as months of desolation passed. At last, alarmed by a dying world, Zeus, the Sky King, sent word to Hades. Persephone must be returned. But even the King of Gods could not easily undo the underworld's ancient laws. Persephone had eaten a few pomegranate seeds, the food of the dead, which bound her to Hades' realm. A compromise was struck. For part of each year, Persephone would be allowed to return to her mother, but for the remaining months, she would reign as queen below. And so the cycle began. When Persephone emerges from the underworld, Demeter's joy returns to the earth. Grass and wildflowers spring up as the mother and daughter embrace once more. Spring breathes life into the fields, and summer ripens with abundance. Yet each year, when the time comes for Persephone to descend again to Hades, Demeter weeps. Her sorrow brings the fall of leaves and the frost of winter, as the world above falls into slumber until mother and child reunite. Through this tender myth, the Greeks found meaning in the turning of the seasons, an assurance that even the bleakest winter would pass and life would be reborn with the spring. Long before Persephone's tale was told in Greece, a similar story echoed in the fertile lands of Mesopotamia. The Sumerians spoke of Inanna, the morning and evening star, goddess of love and vitality. Bold and curious, Inanna decided to journey into the underworld, the realm of her sister, the dread queen Ereshkigal. Passing through 7 gates, Inanna was stripped of her jewels and royal raiment until she stood naked and humbled before the throne of the dead. There, the judges of the underworld fixed their gaze on her and struck her down. Inanna's bright life was extinguished. Her body hung on a hook like a piece of meat. Above, in the world she left behind, all life and fertility halted. Plants would not bear, wombs would not conceive, and the land lay mute and fallow, as if mourning the fate of the goddess. After 3 days and nights, the gods devised a plan to rescue Inanna. From clay, they fashioned 2 tiny creatures and sent them down into the darkness with secret magic. These small beings slipped through the gates unnoticed and found Ereshkigal writhing in anguish over her own loss. They whispered comfort to the grieving queen, repeating her cries and soothing her pain. In gratitude, Ereshkigal agreed to release something precious. She allowed Inanna's lifeless form to be sprinkled with the water of life. Inanna was revived and ascended from the underworld, returning to the light of the living. Yet the ancient laws demanded that one soul must remain below. Since Inanna had left, demons followed Inanna back up, seeking a replacement for her in the world above. When Inanna returned, she found that nearly everyone, friends, servants, even animals, bowed in respect, mourning her absence. But one did not. Inanna's lover, the shepherd king Dumuzi, was found sitting on her throne, dressed in lavish robes, seemingly untroubled by her ordeal. In anger at his indifference, Inanna chose Dumuzi to go to the underworld in her place. The grasping demons dragged the young shepherd god down into the gloom. Once again, the vitality of the earth faltered. Without Dumuzi, who embodied the life-bringing force, the fields grew dry and the cows gave no milk. But the story did not end in loss. Dumuzi's devoted sister, moved by love and pity, offered to share his fate. By divine decree, Dumuzi would spend half the year below, and for the other half, his sister would take his place in the land of the dead. Thus, neither would be lost forever, and balance was restored. When Dumuzi returns each year from the shadows, the world awakens with him. Rivers flow full, plants bloom, and flocks bear young in abundance. And when his time comes to depart again, the heat of summer gives way to autumn's decay and winter's rest, until the cycle turns anew. Through the tale of Inanna and Dumuzi, the ancient Mesopotamians wove one of the first threads of a tapestry portraying the cyclical nature of life and death, a promise that barrenness would be followed by bounty, that the green earth would revive after its season of stillness. In other lands, the waxing and waning of the sun were imagined as an eternal rivalry between seasonal kings. In the folklore of the Celts, two mighty brothers, the Oak King and the Holly King, share a crown that passes between them each year. At midsummer, when the sun is at its peak, the dark Holly King rises to vanquish his bright brother. The Oak King falls, and as he does, the days begin to shorten. The Holly King reigns over the waning half of the year, presiding over the cold months as trees shed their leaves and darkness grows. Yet at midwinter, when the nights are longest, the Oak King is born anew and challenges his brother once more. He triumphs at the dawn of the year, and with his victory, the days lengthen again. Warmth and light return under his reign. Thus the two brothers trade places in an endless dance, each yielding to the other in turn, keeping the balance of light and dark through the wheel of the year. Such tales personified the seasons, turning the impersonal passage of time into a vivid story of death and rebirth, defeat and triumph, repeating without end. Even in Far Eastern tales, the cycle of darkness and light was given life in story. In Japan, they say the sun goddess Amaterasu once hid herself in a mountain cave, upset by a stormy conflict in the heavens. Without her, the world fell into chilly darkness, a night without end. Desperate to bring back the dawn, the other gods gathered outside her cave and devised a plan. They hung a glittering mirror at the cave's mouth and decorated a sacred tree with bright jewels and strips of cloth. Then the gods began to dance and sing, drumming and laughing uproariously just beyond the sealed cavern. Curiosity stirred in Amaterasu at the sound of merriment. At last she slid the boulder slightly aside and peered out. In that moment she caught sight of her own radiant reflection shining in the mirror. Astonished, the sun goddess inched forward, mesmerized by the first light she had seen since hiding herself away. In a flash, the waiting gods pulled her fully out and quickly hung a magical straw rope across the cave entrance to prevent her retreat. With Amaterasu's return, light and warmth flooded the world once more, ending the long darkness. This Japanese myth, too, reminds us how precious the sun's return is after gloom, echoing the universal hope that light will always follow, even the deepest night. Such stories are found in many forms across the world. From the sun's daily rebirth at dawn to the annual blossoming of spring, people everywhere wove countless variations on this theme. They told of spirits who bring summer and winter by turns, of gods who die and revive with the plants each year, of sacred marriages between sky and earth that renew the land. Each culture had its own symbols and names for the changing seasons, yet all shared a gentle promise. Even after the coldest darkness, warm light will return. By casting the seasons into myth, our ancestors gave meaning to winter's wait. They were not merely enduring the barren months. They were participating in a cosmic rhythm, confident that after winter's sleep, life would blossom again. The rhythm of the seasons beat steady and sure, a comforting refrain in the larger song of the cosmos. The gentle turning of spring to summer and autumn to winter was not the only cycle ancient peoples envisioned. If time moved in small circles, they believed it also moved in great arcs. They looked beyond the year's cycle and imagined ages of the world, vast epochs in which humanity itself was young and golden, or old and struggling, each age giving way to the next. In these myths of world ages, we hear echoes of an even larger rhythm, the rise and fall of cosmic eras that shape and reshape the story of life. In Greek mythology, the passage of time was divided into a series of grand ages, each one less idyllic than the last. The poet Hesiod spoke of a golden age, the very first era, when Cronus, the Titan king, ruled a gentle and newborn world. In that golden age, people lived like gods, knowing neither hardship nor sorrow. Springtime never ended, and the earth offered up its fruits freely. No one grew old or weary. Life was a soft and endless morning. But this shining age could not last forever. When Zeus overthrew Cronus and the old order passed, the golden age, too, faded into memory and myth. After the golden age came the silver age, a time of change and decline. Zeus, now king of the gods, introduced the cycle of seasons, and with it the need for labour. People of the silver age remained childlike for many years, but when they grew to adulthood, they proved foolish and neglectful of the gods. In time, Zeus swept them away, ending that second age. Next dawned the Bronze Age, an era of fierce, warlike folk. These bronze people were strong and passionate, but they cared only for warfare and glory. Their weapons, and even their houses, were said to be of bronze, hard and unyielding. Eventually, consumed by their own strife, the Bronze race destroyed itself. It was told that a great flood at the end of the Bronze Age cleansed the world of their violence, making way for a new beginning. Hesiod then described an age of heroes, a brief, shining time, like the late afternoon glow before sunset. In this fourth era, demigods and legendary warriors walked the earth. It was the age of heroes such as Heracles and Achilles, a time of great quests and clashing armies at Thebes and Troy. Though marked by conflict, it was said to be nobler and more just than the age before. Many brave champions met their doom in those epic battles, and when the age of heroes passed, Zeus granted the worthiest of the fallen a place in the Isles of the Blessed, a peaceful paradise at the edge of the world. At last came the fifth era, the age of iron, the time of toil and sorrow, which Hesiod believed he lived in. He lamented that in this iron age, life had become grim and laborious. Humans now must work for every comfort, and justice and virtue have waned. Children no longer honour their parents, and men no longer honour the gods. It is a dark world, Hesiod wrote, where each generation is born to troubles and grows up meaner than the one before. In this mournful conclusion to the story of ages, the Greeks painted a portrait of decline, a fall from the effortless grace of the Golden Age into an era of hardship and moral loss. Yet the notion of an ancient age of innocence and a subsequent fall was not unique to the Greeks. In the Hebrew tradition, there is the story of the Garden of Eden, a paradise where the first humans lived in harmony with the world, untouched by toil or pain. In that garden, all their needs were provided in ease, until the day they defied the divine command. For that first transgression, Adam and Eve were cast out of Eden's bliss into a harsher realm. Outside the garden, they had to till the stubborn ground for food by the sweat of their brow, and they became acquainted with suffering and death. This loss of Eden's paradise mirrors the loss of a golden age, an echo of the idea that humanity once knew a better, more innocent time, now lost to memory and longing. Far to the east, in ancient India, sages also envisioned history as moving through grand cycles of decline. They described 4 great yugas, or ages, turning like the seasons of the cosmos. The first was Satya Yuga, the age of truth, when virtue and dharma, the cosmic order, stood at their fullest. In that golden time, humanity was righteous and close to the divine. Peace and plenty prevailed. In each succeeding age, Treta Yuga, then Dvapara Yuga, a part of that truth was lost. Strife and falsehood crept in little by little. Finally came Kali Yuga, the Dark Age, the age that many say the world is in now. In this 4th age, only a fraction of the old virtue remains. It is an era of confusion, discord, and moral decline. Families break apart, knowledge is misused, and honor dwindles among men. Yet, unlike Hesiod's one-way descent, the Hindu vision is cyclical. When Kali Yuga reaches its nadir and the world seems broken beyond repair, that is precisely when the cycle will renew. At the darkest hour, a new dawn will come. The wheel of time will turn back to Satya Yuga, restoring truth and goodness once again. Thus the ages form an eternal wheel, bringing not only decline, but also the promise of eventual rebirth. On the other side of the world, the peoples of ancient Mesoamerica also told of multiple creations and destructions of the world. The Aztecs, for example, spoke of the legend of 5 suns. They believed that 4 worlds had existed before the present one, each with its own sun. Each world in turn was destroyed in a cataclysm, and the earth had to be remade for a new sun to shine. The first world, under the first sun, was peopled by giants, and ended when that sun was blown out, and darkness unleashed jaguars upon the earth to devour the giants. The second world was ruled by the second sun, and inhabited by new people, but it was destroyed by raging winds. Those humans were scattered and transformed into monkeys clinging in the trees. The third world, of the third sun, perished in fire, raining from the sky, consuming the land in ashes. The fourth world lived under the fourth sun, and was washed away by a great flood. Its people turned to fish in the sea. After these 4 disasters, the gods convened to bring forth a 5th world. They kindled a new sun to illuminate it, the 5th sun, which shines on us today. But this current world, too, was foreseen to have an end. The Aztecs believed the 5th sun would eventually be destroyed by earthquakes. To delay that fate, and to give strength to the sun each day, they offered sacrifices of blood and life, believing that the cosmos required this nourishment. In the Aztec telling, as in many others, our present era was only the latest chapter in a much longer cosmic saga. 4 times the world had almost literally ended, and only by divine effort had it been started anew, with the implicit understanding that one day it would end once more. Similar ideas of successive worlds appear in the traditions of Native America. The Hopi people, for instance, say that the world has been created and destroyed several times before. In their lore, the first world was a place of pristine innocence, but eventually its inhabitants strayed from the Creator's plan, growing corrupt and violent. In response, the first world was destroyed. Some describe it perishing in fire. A handful of the righteous were saved, guided by divine beings to survive and emerge into the second world. In the second world, too, people ultimately fell into disharmony and forgot the teachings of the Creator. That world ended by turning to ice, freezing solid in a great winter. Once again, a few survivors, those who remembered the sacred ways, escaped and journeyed on to the next realm. In the third world that followed, human society became even more advanced, building cities and technologies. But with progress came greed and war. Disgusted, the Creator sent a flood to wash everything away. Those who heeded the warnings, aided by the wisdom of animals and spirit guides, fled to high places or sheltered in hollow reeds, surviving the deluge. In time they emerged into the fourth world, the world of today. The Hopi consider our current world a precious but precarious gift. They believe that if humanity repeats the errors of pride and cruelty, this fourth world too could be destroyed like the others, clearing the way for yet a fifth world to emerge. Their myths carry both a warning and a reassurance. A warning that each world's fate lies in how people choose to live, and a reassurance that even if a world should end, a new world will arise in its place. Across cultures, these myths of world ages reflect a profound sense that time itself has patterns, that history is not just a formless drift, but has seasons or chapters ordained by cosmic law. A golden dawn of the world might give way to ages of silver and iron. A time of harmony can descend into an era of chaos. Yet the ancient storytellers rarely saw the darkness as final. Often, they believed, after the worst had come to pass, the world would be made anew. And in many of these legends, the end of an age was marked by a great cataclysm, a cleansing that paved the way for renewal. One of the most widespread of these cataclysms was the idea of a great flood that once swept over the earth, casting down the old world so that life could begin again. There is perhaps no tale of destruction and renewal more universal than the Great Flood. In distant lands and diverse tongues, people who shared no other stories still shared this one: that long ago, the waters rose and drowned the world. In these stories, the flood comes as an act of divine judgment, or as the result of human folly, and it serves to wash away an old, failed order of the world. But always, a small remnant survives to carry forward the spark of life into a new dawn. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, the tale of a world-engulfing flood was carved onto clay tablets thousands of years ago. According to an ancient Babylonian story, the gods once decided to destroy humanity, who had grown too noisy and numerous. The god Enlil, wrathful at the clamour of mortals, convinced the divine council to send a flood to silence the earth. But one among the gods, the wise Ea, also called Enki, took pity on a single good man. This man, Utnapishtim, lived in the city of Shuruppak and honoured the gods. Ea whispered a warning to him through a reed wall, speaking into his dreams. He told Utnapishtim to tear down his house and build a great boat, sealing it with pitch and bitumen. Utnapishtim laboured secretly, following the god's instructions to make the boat broad and tall, with multiple decks. He gathered his wife and family, and into the vessel they loaded pairs of every animal they could find, creatures wild and tame, along with grains and seeds of all the plants of the earth. Hardly had the ark's door been sealed when the appointed time arrived. The sky turned black in the daytime. Clouds blotted out the sun. Then the rains began, a heavy torrent without end. The thunder of the storm god shook the air. The great reservoirs of heaven were opened, and fountains of the deep world burst forth. For 6 days and 7 nights, rain lashed the land, and a violent wind churned the waters. The flood rose higher and higher until it overtopped the hills and even the mountains. All the people and animals outside the boat were swept away, clinging to debris or to temple spires until they vanished beneath the endless waves. Inside his craft, Utnapishtim could only hear the howling of the wind and feel the tossing of the currents as his ark was lifted and carried upon the global sea. On the 7th day, the storm finally ceased. The world grew quiet, water everywhere, stretching to the horizon like a vast and empty ocean. The ark, though battered, floated intact. It came to rest upon the summit of a mountain, the only land now above the waves. Utnapishtim peered out and saw nothing but water and the peak on which they perched. To gauge whether the floods were truly receding, he released a dove into the air. The dove flapped away, but soon returned. Finding no solid ground yet revealed, it sought refuge again on the ark. Utnapishtim waited, and then sent out a swallow. This bird too came back, exhausted from searching in vain. After some days, he sent forth a raven. The strong raven did not return. It had found somewhere to land, a sign that dry land was emerging at last. With joy and relief, Utnapishtim opened the ark and let his family and all the creatures free onto the cleansed earth. The sight that met them was one of devastation and deliverance mingled. Mud and silence covered the expanse. But above, the sun shone clear for the first time in days. Utnapishtim offered a sacrifice of thanksgiving on the mountaintop, burning sweet herbs and incense. The fragrance wafted up to the heavens. The gods gathered, smelling the pleasing aroma, and regretted the flood they had unleashed. Never again, vowed the great mother goddess Ishtar, lifting her rainbow-coloured necklace as an oath, will I let floodwaters destroy the earth's creatures. Even Enlil, who had sent the deluge, was ultimately swayed. Enki gently chastised him, suggesting that if the gods wished to punish humanity's wickedness in the future, they could do so with more measured means, not by obliterating all life. Enlil then blessed Utnapishtim and his wife, touching their foreheads and granting them eternal life for preserving creation's seed. Thus the Mesopotamian story ends not in despair, but with a man and woman and the gathered animals stepping into a bright new world, carrying forward the legacy of the old. Half a world away, an ancient tale in the Hebrew Bible echoes this flood narrative in striking detail. The story of Noah tells that God, finding the world filled with violence and corruption, determined to wash it clean. Noah was a righteous man in his generation, and God warned him of the coming deluge. Following God's command, Noah built a wooden ark and waterproofed it with tar. He brought into it his wife, his sons, and their wives, and pairs of every living creature, from the crawling insects to the great beasts. Then, as Noah entered the ark and closed the door, the rains began to pour from the sky. For 40 days and 40 nights, rain fell unceasingly, and springs burst from the deep earth. The waters rose until even the highest mountains were submerged. But Noah's Ark, guided by the hand of the divine, rode safely upon the flood. In time, the rains stopped and the waters slowly receded. The ark came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat. Like Utnapishtim, Noah sent out a dove to search for dry land. At first it returned with nothing, but on a later flight it brought back an olive leaf, freshly plucked. Noah knew then that life was returning. When at last the dove did not come back, Noah opened the ark's hatch to clear skies and a world made new by the flood. He stepped out onto the cleansed earth and built an altar, offering a sacrifice of gratitude. And God set a rainbow in the sky as a sign of covenant, a promise that such a flood to destroy the earth would never happen again. The motif of a great flood and a single vessel of salvation appears again and again. The Greeks told of Deucalion and Pyrrha, a pious husband and wife who survived when Zeus sent a flood to annihilate a morally bankrupt human race. Warned by Deucalion's Titan father, the couple hastily built a wooden chest and climbed inside. The floods rose, and the world was drowned while their little ark floated for 9 days and nights. Finally, it came to rest on Mount Parnassus, a peak that jutted above the waters. Stepping out into the silent new world, Deucalion and Pyrrha found they were utterly alone. Desperate for company, they prayed in the temple of the goddess Themis. The oracle cryptically instructed them to throw the bones of their mother behind them. Interpreting mother to mean Mother Earth and her bones to mean stones, they cast stones over their shoulders as they walked. From each stone sprang new people. The ones Deucalion threw turned into men, and those Pyrrha threw became women. Thus the earth was repopulated, literally from the stones of the earth, and the human race began afresh, humbled but renewed. In the ancient lore of India, one finds yet another flood survivor, a virtuous man named Manu. According to the legend, Manu was washing his hands in a river one morning when a little fish came into his palms. To Manu's surprise, the fish spoke, pleading to be saved from larger fish. Amused and compassionate, Manu placed the talking fish in a jar. But the fish grew rapidly, and soon Manu had to move it to a tank, then to a river, and finally to the sea. Realizing the fish was no ordinary creature, Manu listened as it warned him that a great flood would soon come to destroy all life. The fish, an incarnation of the god Vishnu, instructed Manu to build a sturdy boat and fill it with 2 of every species, along with the seeds of every plant. Manu obeyed. When the floodwaters rose, he climbed into his ark. The horned fish returned, and Manu tied a rope from his boat to the fish's horn. The mighty fish then towed Manu's ark through the raging waters, safely above the drowning world, until it reached a tall mountain. There, Manu alone stepped out into the sunlight of a cleansed earth. He made an offering of butter and sour milk to the gods in gratitude for his deliverance. From that sacrifice, the legends say, a woman arose, or according to other versions, Manu's own daughter survived with him, and from them, the world's people grew again. Ever since, Manu has been honored as the progenitor of humankind in the present age, our distant ancestor who carried the living world through the flood. Indeed, flood stories abound in so many cultures that one is left with a sense of collective memory. In the highlands of Peru, the Inca spoke of a great flood sent by the creator god Viracocha to end the age of the giants, leaving only 2 survivors to bring forth a new people. In the forests of Mesoamerica, the Maya told how the gods destroyed an early race of wooden humans with a flood of boiling water and resin, because those beings had no souls and forgot to honor their makers. In China, legends record a time of catastrophic floods as well, though there the emphasis is on the hero Gun, or his son Yu, who tamed the floodwaters through ingenuity and hard labor, dredging rivers and carving canals to make the land livable again. From the Pacific Islands to the interior of Australia, from Africa to North America, one finds echoes of a deluge, sometimes a universal flood, other times a regional one, but always a waterscape of mythic transformation. Often the accounts share remarkable elements: a chosen family or individual forewarned, a vessel or a high mountain refuge, animals gathered or saved, and a bird sent forth to scout the return of land. Why did our ancestors everywhere cling to this tale of a world drowned and reborn? Perhaps some distant trauma underlies it, the melting of ice ages and the seas rising, or floods that marked the end of an era. Or perhaps water, being the source of life, naturally figured in dreams of both origin and destruction. To the ancient mind, water could be gentle or fearsome, giving life with the rains and rivers, yet capable of fury when the balance was broken. The flood myth carries a stark lesson, that the natural order, often personified as divine will, can inundate the works of humankind in a cleansing sweep. But these stories are not merely about destruction, they are also about hope. After the floodwaters recede, the world is washed clean, ready to begin anew. The Great Flood is never truly the end of the story. Instead, it is the dark night before a fresh morning. Life returns, tender green shoots poking up from the mud, a rainbow glistening in the receding clouds, survivors looking out at a peaceful horizon. In the wake of the flood, there is a profound sense of renewal, a chance to rebuild, to live more rightly, and to remember that humanity is not the master of creation, but a part of it, subject to the vast cycles of the earth and sky. Not all myths foretell an ending by water, however. In some traditions, the world ends in fire and fury rather than flood, in a final conflict so immense that even the gods are consumed. These are the tales of apocalypse by conflagration, of last battles between cosmic forces. Perhaps the most vivid of them comes from the cold northlands of Europe, where the Norse people imagined the end of days as a great and terrible twilight of the gods. To the Norse, the end of the world had a name: Ragnarok, the fate of the gods. It was not averted by any covenant or mercy. It was destined from the beginning of time, a doom even the gods could not escape. The story of Ragnarok is a dramatic, somber saga that begins with subtle portents and ends in utter ruin. It unfolds like the final act of a great cosmic play, long foreshadowed and unavoidable. It is said that before Ragnarok, there will be a dreadful winter, unlike any other. 3 winters will come in a row, with no summers between. The Fimbul winter. Snow will sweep from all directions, icy winds will howl, and the warmth of the sun will fade. Humanity, desperate and starving in the unending cold, will turn on itself. Brothers will slay brothers for scraps of food, and all bonds of kindness will dissolve. It will be a time of axe and sword, of wolves let loose among men. When the last of those 3 bitter winters ends, the mortal world will be on the brink of collapse, and that is when the final signs will appear. The very fabric of the cosmos begins to fray. The rooster of hell blows its eerie crow in the underworld, and another rooster crows to the gods in Asgard, sounding the alarm. In the sky, the sun grows dark. The sun goddess Sol forever chased by a monstrous wolf, is finally caught. That wolf, Skoll, devours the sun, and his brother Hati swallows the moon, plunging the world into an eerie half-light. The stars vanish from the heavens. In this twilight gloom, the earth itself trembles. Mountains collapse, and trees are uprooted. The great wolf Fenrir, a monstrous offspring of Loki, breaks free from the magical chain that had bound him for ages. With each step, Fenrir's slavering jaws stretch wider until they scrape the sky. His lower jaw drags along the ground, devouring everything in his path. From the ocean, the world serpent, Jormungandr, rises, heaving its scaly length above the waves. The seas churn as the serpent thrashes in wrath, and its venom sprays through the air, poisoning land and water alike. At this moment, the ship of nails sets sail. In the underworld, the dead's nails had been collected for eons to build Naglfar, a fearsome ship. Now, Naglfar is freed from its moorings of ice. It carries a crew of giants and the dead, with Loki, the trickster god turned bitter foe, standing at the helm. Surtur, the blackened giant of fire from the southern land of Muspelheim, also storms across the rainbow bridge Bifrost with his flaming sword, leading legions of fire giants. The once gleaming bridge shatters beneath their tread. All the enemies of the gods are converging on one field of battle. High above, the guardian god, Heimdall, lifts the Gjallarhorn to his lips and blows with all his might. Its resounding call echoes across all worlds, a final alarm that the end is upon them. Hearing this, the gods of Asgard take counsel for the last time with grim resolve. Odin, the All-Father, dons his golden helmet and fine mail coat and takes up Gungnir, his great spear. Beside him gather the Aesir and Vanir gods, mighty Thor with his hammer, Freya armed with an antler since he gave away his sword, Tyr with his one hand and indomitable courage, Heimdall ready with his keen eyes and horn, and others. All knowing they march to their doom, yet determined to face it with honour. The forces meet on the vast plain called Vigrid, under a bruised and burning sky. The battle that ensues is unlike any other, a final unravelling of order into chaos. Odin seeks out Fenrir, the wolf that no chain could hold. The All-Father and the giant wolf clash in fury. Odin fights valiantly for the world he created, but fate is inexorable. Fenrir's gaping maw closes over Odin and swallows him whole, fulfilling the prophecy that Odin had known yet could not prevent. Seeing his father fallen, Odin's son Vidar rushes forward with a snarl of grief. Vidar wears a heavy boot fashioned from all the scraps of leather men had discarded, a boot enchanted for this very purpose. Planting that boot on the wolf's lower jaw, Vidar seizes Fenrir's upper jaw and, with a strength born of rage, he wrenches until the great wolf is torn apart at the jaws. Fenrir is slain, but Odin lies dead on the field. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Thor, the god of thunder, faces his archfoe Jormungandr, the colossal serpent that encircles the world. Thor has fought this serpent before and knows it is a fight to the death. Lightning flashes as Thor swings mighty Mjolnir, and he manages to crack the serpent's skull with a thunderous blow. Jormungandr's death throes are fearsome. It spews forth its black venom in every direction, even as it collapses. Thor steps back, victorious. But victory comes at a price. He has been drenched by the serpent's poison. The hero of so many battles manages to walk just 9 paces before the venom overcomes him. Thor falls lifeless to the ground, beside the body of the monster he slew. Not far away, Freya, god of fertility and fair weather, does battle with Surtur, the fire giant, whose sword shines brighter than the sun. Freya fights bravely, but having given his enchanted sword away in exchange for love, he is armed only with a stag's antler. In the end, he cannot withstand Surtur's scorching might. Freya is struck down, and the light of summer goes out with him. The one-handed war god Tyr encounters Garm, the monstrous hound that guarded Hell's Gate. They tear into each other with savage force. Tyr manages to slay the beast, but not before Garm's fangs rip mortal wounds in him. The god of war and the hellhound both collapse, lifeless. The trickster Loki finds his old adversary Heimdall amid the fray. Firelight dances in Loki's malicious eyes as he draws his blade, and Heimdall meets him with sword and horn in hand. They fight with ferocity and skill, neither yielding, until in a final exchange of blows, each mortally wounds the other. The guardian of the gods and the traitor of the gods fall together, their destinies intertwined. Now the battle is nearly over. Many of the mightiest are dead on both sides. What remains is destruction unbound. In a last act of devastation, Surtur the fire giant swings his blazing sword in a great arc and sets the entire world aflame. Tongues of fire race across the earth. The remaining trees, the houses, the very mountains ignite in a red glow. Smoke and fire engulf everything. The sea itself begins to boil, steaming up into the darkened sky. The ground splits apart, and steam and ash rush out. Under the strain, the world tree Yggdrasil, which holds the cosmos together, shudders violently. With a deafening crack, the trunk of the great tree splits. As flames lick the heavens and boiling waves surge, the land sinks into the sea. The last roaring fires are hissed out by churning waters, and all that is left is a quenched, smouldering ruin. The once bright world has been reduced to wet ashes and silence. So ends Ragnarok, a twilight of gods and everything, a seemingly final night falling upon creation. And yet, even as the old world perishes in fire and flood, the Norse story, like so many others, holds a spark of hope for renewal. The destruction is not absolute. A new world lies waiting to be revealed. In the smoke and shadows after Surtur's flames subside, there is silence for a time. And then, miraculously, the silence is broken by the soft rush of wind, the trickle of water, and a ray of light peeking through the gloom. Even the bleakest mythic endings often carry the seed of a new beginning. In Norse lore, after the fires of Ragnarok burned out and the floodwaters drained away, the earth did not remain forever empty. Slowly, a cleansed world emerged from the sea. The earth, renewed, rose green and fresh, yielding crops without needing to be sown. Waterfalls cascaded from mountains that once more stood tall. Above, a new sun took the sky. Not Sol, who was devoured, but her bright daughter, born to shine in her mother's place. Light returned to warm the reborn world. Astonishingly, a few of the gods also survived that final battle, or came back after it. Odin's sons Vidar and Vali lived through the fire, as did Thor's sons Modi and Magni, who inherited their father's hammer. And from the realm of the dead, Balder the Beautiful, Odin's beloved son, who had been slain long before Ragnarok, was allowed to return to the living, along with his blind brother Hod, whose tragic error had sent Balder to hell. In the new world, Balder and Hod are reconciled and rule together, gentle and wise, guiding what remains of humankind. And what of humankind? Here the Norse myth gives a lovely detail. 2 human beings survive Ragnarok. During the final destruction, a man and a woman found refuge by hiding deep within Yggdrasil, the world tree. Sheltered in a sacred grove called Hodmimir's Wood, they were untouched by Surtur's fire. Their names are Lif and Lifthrasir, Life and Leifjörna. Through the long night of annihilation they huddled hidden, feeding on morning dew. When dawn returned, they emerged into the renewed world, blinking in the light of the new sun. Alone under the sky, Lif and Lifthrasir found the earth green and empty, awaiting their footsteps. From these 2 survivors, humankind would grow again. They would be the progenitors of future people who would populate the earth in this new cycle of time. In the dew-bright morning after Ragnarok, the world begins anew, cleansed of its old wrongs and sorrows, ready to be repopulated and rediscovered with innocent eyes. The theme of renewal after destruction is not unique to the Norse. It is a refrain heard in many mythologies. In the Mesopotamian flood story, once Utnapishtim's ark settled and life restarted, the gods themselves gathered and vowed never to extinguish mankind so utterly again. The world, having been washed clean, was given a second chance. In the story of Noah, the rainbow becomes a symbol of hope and a fresh covenant between heaven and earth, a promise that life will continue and flourish. Likewise, the Greek Deucalion and Pyrrha, after surviving their deluge, immediately set about repopulating the land, essentially partnering with the gods to refill an empty world with a renewed human race. In India, Manu performs rituals on the new earth after the flood, and out of those sacred offerings, life arises anew. Human, animal, and plant, all rejuvenated. Many cultures imagined that our current world is not the final one, that history is an endless weave of endings and beginnings. The Hindus envision creation and destruction as part of an infinite cycle. After millions of years, the universe will dissolve in a cosmic flood or fire, the pralaya, only to be created again by Brahma and populated with life once more. Some interpretations of Buddhist and Hindu cosmology say that after each vast eon, the world is remade, like a phoenix rising from its ashes. In Zoroastrian belief, at the end of time, evil will be purged in a torrent of molten metal, and the world will be born again, pure, whole, and immortal. A final resurrection of creation to a state of perfection. And in the Christian book of Revelation, following the fire and tumult of the last days, a new heaven and new earth are foretold to come, where sorrow and death are no more. Essentially, a return to paradise, a restoration of the lost Eden. Through all these tales runs a deep, reassuring thread that destruction is not final. The cosmos is ever in flux, but it moves through patterns of death and rebirth. Just as the sun sets and inevitably rises, just as winter yields to spring, so too do even the greatest catastrophes give way to renewal in the mythic imagination. The flood may wipe the slate, but on that clean slate, life draws new pictures. The apocalypse may burn the world to cinders, but from those cinders, a green shoot emerges. This theme of renewal offered ancient people comfort and meaning. It suggested that no matter how dark the night, dawn would come. No matter how catastrophic the end, it was also a beginning. Destruction cleared the way for creation to start afresh. In a way, these myths assure us that existence is resilient, cyclical, and ultimately optimistic. They urge us to remember that beyond every ending lies the promise of a new day. And so, as part of our journey through the mythic cosmos draws to a close, we find ourselves not at an end, but at a turning point. We have watched the seasons dance through death into life. We have seen ages of the world rise and fall and survive the floodwaters that washed one world into the next. We have witnessed even the twilight of the gods and the flicker of dawn that follows. Each story leaves us with echoes of hope, of continuity, of an ever-renewing cosmos. In those echoes, the ancient voice of humanity seems to whisper that the story is not over. The cycle continues, and the universe, through mythic eyes, is forever being reborn. The journey goes on, ever onward, under the watchful stars.